I hope everything is in order. Let me set up and we'll be okay. Alright, Twitch is on. How about YouTube? YouTube, are you here? Yeah, looks like I'm here. It's got the old title though. Why is it? It's got the old title. Hold on. Now I gotta change it. Working on... That'd be great if I can spell that correctly. That's great. I changed all the titles and they went back to the one from last week, so that's wonderful. Let's see. So how do I even change that on YouTube? This is terrible. Streaming's awful. Nobody ever stream. It's the worst thing you can do. Can I change the title? Okay, there's me. Edit title. Okay, thank you. We did the health update last time, so we don't need to do it again this time. So, okay. Okay, yeah, there's... Okay. I guess it just made a new one when I connected. Sure, alright, whatever. Can we edit stuff? That'd be really cool. Okay, I think everything is now with the right title. Make sure we're not set as streaming Valorant again. Never stream, just drop docx files on a substick in the woods. I assume you mean thumbstick, but yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Okay, so chat's working. It looks like I'm not streaming Valorant this time. I think we're okay. So let me just grab the YouTube link and send out the message that we're live, and that should be okay. Alright. Had an awful time today because the, how do I want to put it? Something changed in my audio setup, so I had to redo all the audio balancing, and that was a very long and painful process, so that's why I've been a little late today. But I think the audio should be better now, so hopefully that's alright. Okay. Posting on the usual places. Post. And in Discord. Okay, I think we're all set. So... yeah, okay. Now I love the thumbnail of me just staring down at chat, looking like an idiot. That's great. I love it. We're keeping it. Okay, I think we're all right. Make sure everything is up and out, and then we can get started. So, yes. Okay, I think we're all set. Let me just close all that. Okay, and I guess I don't need the YouTube tab. I guess I don't need the Twitch tab. And I think we're okay. I think we're good. So, yes, let's start. I'll turn the starting soon off and we should be good to go. Okay. Well, hi. We're ready now. We're all good. We're ready. Hey, I'm back this week because I feel good enough to stream again. So, we're gonna do more streaming stuff and just kind of show you what I did in the past week, and then kind of maybe do some new stuff, and then that's it. And I'll try to be a little more mindful about being tired. So if I start to get tired, then I'm not going to push it. We'll just have hopefully a not short stream, but whenever I get tired, I'll stop. So I don't push it. Hey G-Man, how you doing? And Suki Zero. Suki Zero. Yeah. I pronounced that right. Just spelled. Yes. Okay. But yeah, we're off to a great start, as you can see. So let's switch on over to PC Cam. Adjust my volume. Alright, so what did I do last time? You may have seen on the various places that I post updates, Blue Sky, Twitter, Discord, etc. We now have different video modes. I don't know how well this is going to show up on a live stream. It's possible the compression could destroy the image while it's doing this, but if you look, there's scan lines, and the image has shrunk a little bit, and there's a reason for that. I'll go over that in a minute. And then here's like the enlarged scanline look, and then we can go back to the normal, just straight pixel look, and it all works in real time, which is nice. You know, usually you'd have like a menu for this or something, but you know, it is what it is. So let's see, I can minimize that. I'm trying to get stuff out of my view here and trying to get stuff in my view that's helpful. Okay, oh yeah. Right, kind of like a CRT cropped capture. Yeah, that's the... Yeah, because if you see, look at how much you can see on the top here. Like this whole pipe is visible, right? But when I go into the CRT and overscan mode, you notice that there's a little bit of the picture is taken out, and there is a reason for that. I'll go over that in a minute. It is a little more, whoop, almost fell in the pit. It is a little more true to actually how you would see it on a CRT, to have the top and bottom cut off, and that's called overscan. So some of the image on a CRT, well, oh, was it paused? Did I pause it? There we go. There. Now we're unpaused. We're doing stuff. You probably can't see it because it's a bit bright. CRTs are very bright, very hard to pick up on a camera. But part of the image is like above the plastic, and part of the image is like below the plastic. Like it doesn't get the whole thing usually. The different models have different amounts of view on that. So like cheaper models might have less of a view, and you know, more expensive ones, especially like arcade monitors with like RGB inputs, they usually show more of the screen. There's not as much overscan cutoff. And so that's essentially what we're simulating here, but that's not by choice necessarily. It's nice, it's neat, it makes it, I guess, a little more accurate, if you want to call it that. But there is a reason that this happens, and then I can't just show the whole image. So yeah. Normally you'd just access this through a menu or something, but I just have one key press right now to do all that. And basically just the game takes a snapshot of like the game world in a very small, like Super Nintendo resolution, and then I'm enlarging it up on screen and applying the CRT effect and stuff like that. So why does the screen have to be smaller or cut off? And that has to do with how scan lines look when you look at them close. So you'll notice here, if we zoom in, it's very even. So there's what four pixels for every row. It's very even, and the lines are but they sort of capture, or they sort of darken like two lines on the top and bottom of the row. And so you see that pattern consistently from top to bottom. If you do not have a perfectly scaled image, it looks like crap. It's all uneven, and you can see the difference, that some lines look thicker than others, and it doesn't work out too well. So this is essentially a technique that we call integer scaling. If you know about like capture cards or like if you have like a RetroTink or a Retro Games scaler, that's something you probably have heard of. And it's simply just the pixels have been stretched the same amount. There's no interpolation on it. It's just they have been stretched 4 times or 5 times as large. In this case, this is 4 times as large, and this is 5 times as large. But you can't get a 4.5 because then it'll get weird. And I can show you what that looks like. Actually, we can go here and actually edit the configuration. I think it's this one. So here's the widget that I use for it. But that's weird. It's like the image is like scaled strange, the background. That's funny. It must be the setting I have. So the system that I made to do this, let's say, I'm trying to think of where in the code are we setting the scale. So we set the view. I guess what I'll do is I'll just force everything into the scan line. Right? Is that it? Yeah, dynamic material scan line. That should force scan line in every mode. And we'll see it. Yeah, okay, so here, this is the 4.5 scale, roughly. And then you've got the 4 and the 5. So here, you might even be able to see, depending on what resolution you're looking at. And why the hell did my phone close so I can't see chat? That's really great. Never stream, just... Oh, wait, no, I already read that one. Oh, no, it updated. Here we go. All it's missing is the curves. We could do that, too. Yes, but I am only adding horizontal blur, I think, at the moment. I can change those settings, too. I'll show that off in a minute. So yeah, here, you might even be able to see it already, depending on what resolution you're watching streaming, and how the scan lines are all, like, different sizes. So let's take a picture like we did before. See how it's all nice and even here? Well, take a look at this mess. This is, yeah, you can probably already see it. This one's, like, dark. This one's huge, but it's, like, light. Like, it's all uneven. Everything's all jimmied up. And so if you don't have that integer scaling, you get this very weird, uneven pattern, and it looks like crap. So we don't do that. We stick the CRT filter on integer scale only. So I highly doubt anybody would ever want to look at this. It's not good. We want nice, beautiful, even scan lines. And so I will undo that change now, so I don't forget to undo it later. This is basically just, here's my view modes. I got normal, scan lines. Under basically just means that it's an integer scale that is below whatever the current resolution is. If it's an exact match, it'll match it. But if it's not, it will take the nearest one under it. Because you can see here, it scales with the... See, if it can find a perfect scale, it'll do it. But it'll just take the closest integer scale it can go without going over. That's kind of how it works. I'm actually really surprised that it gets... Yeah, it's almost fully sized here, but not quite. But yeah, it'll take any size, so... Oh, 0. That's funny. It can't do 1. I should probably make a minimum so it won't go lower than 0 or lower than 1. But as you see, it automatically resizes. Whenever the window resizes, it recalculates everything, which is really handy. And I think... No, I guess it still goes 4x. Yeah, because 5... Let's get in a better part of the stage here. 5x still cuts off a little bit, even in 1080p. I've fully maximized the window here. So they're still a little bit off, because the Super Nintendo resolution is 224 in height. And I guess that scales to like 4.9 or something if you scale it all the way up. I should put a readout to see what the actual scale is, but and then this one, since it's in pixel mode, we can interpolate it, and you don't see any distortion with that because there's no scan lines to make it obvious. And then this is the full screen again, and then of course this is under. So hopefully that makes sense. Scan lines are just kind of weird. It has to be even or don't look right. So let's see, what's chat saying? Will I be watching Secret Levels Mega Man? So that, what's that, like an Amazon, something I heard about? Amazon created some CG random things. Like each episode is a different series, and then there's one for Mega Man. I mean, I guess I'll check it out. It's only like 6 minutes or something. Like, it's really short, apparently. So, I guess I don't have very high expectations for it. I don't know what they can meaningfully do in like 6 minutes, and I assume it's just gonna kind of look like a CG tech demo more than like a coherent series of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I might as well watch it if it's only a few minutes, but I guess I'm not really like that excited for it, because like is it just going to be a summary? Oh, here's Mega Man, and here's a bad guy, and Mega Man's got to do the fighting thing, and then the episode's over. It's like, what are they meaningfully going to cover in that amount of time? I don't know. So it is what it is. Larry told me the Mega Man animation was made by an indie. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, self-contained shorts. Yeah, each one's different. I've heard, now take this with a grain of salt, I've heard that early reviews said that the Mega Man one was the only good one. So that makes me a little happy, but it also makes me kind of worried for the value of any of them. I don't know. I guess I just can't get excited about something like that. So it is what it is. If they would make a whole series, you know, but not the one that they did, I guess, that the Mega Man, the hell is it? I forget the name of it now. It was like Mega Man Juiced Up or something? I don't know. It was some weird CGI. They like completely different story. It was just some weird nonsense, and everything just kind of looked bad, and yeah, it didn't. I haven't heard many nice things about it, and from what I've watched, I agree with the not nice things that were said about it. So I don't know. We can't get good video game adaptations in the TV series, apparently. It's like a rule of nature. You can't do it. So I don't know. I wish they would just make an anime of it. At least that one would have a higher chance of not being awful. I couldn't watch more than a minute of that show. Yeah, it was bad. It was pretty bad. I just forget what the name of it was, though. It wasn't Powered Up, because that's the name of the that's the name of the PSP remake of Mega Man 1. And I can't remember. It was something like that. Yeah, it was no good. I forgot it existed until we started talking about it. It's really bad when I'd rather watch the Ruby Spears Mega Man. And that one, to be fair, is not good either, but it's at least amusing, if that makes sense. So, I don't know. Oh, Fully Charged. That's what it was. Fully Charged, yeah. Well, they dropped the ball on that one. Not great, unfortunately. Yeah, so, I was going to show, that's right. Since interpolation was mentioned by somebody in chat, and there are options for that, I guess I'll turn it off here so we can see. Here I just kind of hard-coded them in blueprints, so if I pick normal mode, it does sharp interpolation, and I'll show you what that looks like under the microscope here. So that is, you can't see it, it actually looks really sharp, so sharp that you cannot actually notice that there's interpolation when you're looking at it. But if you zoom in, it actually is a little bit of smoothing between the pixels. And the reason that we do this instead of nearest neighbor, which is the pure pixel output, is because how do I want to put it? if you don't have any interpolation and you don't get a clean integer scale, the same thing with the scan lines happens. Oh, I don't have that picture anymore. The same thing with the scan lines will happen to the pixels where they'll be warped. Some will look bigger than others, and you'll notice it when the screen scrolls, it'll shimmer. And you don't want that. You don't want pixel shimmering. So you apply the minimal amount of processing to the image as possible, and when you view it in real time, you don't notice it. It's literally undetectable. Unless you get like super close to the TV. I'm not even sure if you'd see it if you got close to the TV. Especially like in 4K, it would just be invisible. But you see there's no pixel sharing. Now there's a little stuttering because there's performance issues when you're playing in the editor. The editor is doing all sorts of stuff. So you'll see some stuttering, but you won't see the pixels wobbling. Actually, it might be easier if I slow the game down. So, I mean, you can look, but there is no pixel shimmer. They're not wobbling. And so, yeah, I feel that that's very important for a game like this. Obviously, you do not want pixel shimmer. Unfortunately, some games don't go to that length, and it's very annoying. Let's see. I recently unlocked a palette for player in 30XX. They gave me an idea. Hide in the game a cheat code that applies a shader to Mega Man that limits his colors to match the NES. Oh, okay. That would probably look super ugly on a game with shading, but it should be possible. I'm not sure exactly how you would implement that, but it's gotta be possible. There's gotta be a way to do it. Yeah, Not really sure how that would work, because you have to pick specific colors and then match them, and I'm not sure how you would do that in a shader. I'm pretty new to like shaders and Unreal in general, so I don't know. I'll think about that. It'd be interesting to see something like that. You could certainly do something similar to that if you, let me think. If we make a new material instance, let's just say Game Boy colors, right? Let's try something with that. We could probably do something like that. Where is the grid? How do I... Oh, no, I don't want to... No, I'm sorry. I don't want a material instance. No, I want a new material. New material. Since it's a Game Boy game, right? Like, it should have something like that. So let's have fun for a minute. Let's see. M for material. Game screen. Game Boy, let's say. And I'm gonna have to look at the material that I use for my plugin here, and we'll have to kind of copy that and use it as a reference. So we've got, let's see, it's called Viewport. Are these? Yeah, where is Viewport? Oh, I didn't rename it to something friendly. That's funny. I wonder if I can fix that right now, if it'll let me do that. Sky High Viewport. There we are. I call it the... Oh, no, I didn't rename it to something better. It just got the default name from the code name. Okay. And let's say okay. Now, if we go back here, no, it still shows it as that name. All right, well, that's fine. That's okay. Materials. So we want to look at this. No, this is not the one. This is the one that scales. Does like the integer scaling and stuff for the interpolation. That's not the one we want. So I must be using a different one, which we can see what that is. dynamic material, scan line. So we must be creating them somewhere here. Hold on, let me take a look. Well, this could be organized better. Hold on. Oh, I don't need this anymore. And I don't need that anymore. Let's clean this up for a second. Beep, beep, beep. There we go. Okay. So this is when the game starts. It creates, well, it attaches to the frame, the viewport frame system. It gets frame properties. Initialize materials. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. All right, what material am I using here? Okay, we can go to that folder. Here it is. Okay. It's a simple one. I feel like I could... Okay, sorry. The ADHD and the OCD is taking over for a moment. These are not lined up. It could be lined up better. And I have... I'm sorry, I have to do this. Or I will not feel right. Okay. Get those together, get those together. Okay, that looks pretty alright. Okay. It's pretty simple. This one just takes whatever the scaled output is, which is the screen texture, and it applies the scanline texture. Oh, this is the scanline one. Yeah. We don't need that. Right, and then it uses the soft light algorithm to get the final color. Well, we don't need that. We just need this part. Screen texture. Because the name's important here. The name is important. Because here you'll see we have to actually update the texture of screen texture with the final render target, and that's the scaled image. And I hate that my phone keeps going dead on me here. I mean, I can still see chat over here, but it's not very convenient. Let's see. Could you make actual Mega Man 5 with recycled bosses and the 2 bosses from the first game and 2 from Powered Up? I don't understand the question, honestly. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Just catching up. Oh, yeah, I missed stuff before the latest one. Alright, look, you don't have to ask the question 4 times. If I didn't see it yet, it's because I'm explaining something or not reading at the moment. Spam will be punished. Oh, you sent something in Discord. Oh, for the 30XX. Yeah, so if people don't know, 30XX is a fan game. It's kind of like roguelike Mega Man X, if you're into that. I'm not a big fan of roguelike games, so I don't usually play that stuff. I guess it's not so much that I'm not into roguelikes, particularly I'm not into like auto-generated levels that they never look or feel like they're cohesive. It's just kind of weird. Like, it's one thing if you have like terrain generation like Minecraft, because it kind of feels natural, but like a Mega Man auto-generated random level is just really strange. Like, you won't get the tightly crafted kind of like progression of a level that way. So I just don't find those enjoyable. Anyway, we need to make this new material. Where's my other material? What did I do with it? Gotta go back to... I got too many damn folders here. Viewport frame. Here, Game Boy colors. Okay, so... how do we graph? Show. This is... oh, that's the material instance again. Oh, that's my bad. We want the material. Here we are. Okay, alright. We want to make it surface, I think? No, user interface. User interface. Opaque. Right, and final color is really the only thing we're looking for. Oh, this screen position, by the way, I bet you can use this to get the bowing effect of a CRT. I'll have to look into that. Hey, what's up? I always wanted to make Mega Man and Bass co-op. You mean like 2 players at the same time? Or like switching, like Mega Man X8, or how would that work? Okay, looks like all this stuff looks the same. So I think I'm just gonna start adding, I need to add a texture sample. And then the texture, texture object? Texture object print, what is this? What are you? Param text object. Can I just copy it? Yes, I can. Okay, thank you. There we go. Great. A wonderful programming technique. I don't know what it is, so I'm just going to copy it. That's wonderful. Oh, we have to, yeah, we gotta change the color. So this, yeah, it has the same name. Is it a parameter? It looks like it is. Yeah, it's a parameter. And what that means is that you can change it by name here. Okay, so we want to change everything to green, right? So, how would we do that now? Would you average the 3? I mean, it might be slow, but it might work, right? So we add the green and add the blue, right? And then just, well, have it like that. And divide by 3. There's no divide by 0 issue there. And then that's your final, oh, and then we need to make a color. So I think that's this 4 here. No, is it make color? Vector 4? Constant? No, I don't want a vector 4. I don't want constant. How would that work now? So we can't just, well, we can just drag it in there. That'll probably be grayscale though, I think. Well, let's try that. If we can get grayscale, then we can work from there. We can do something from that. So let's save that. And then instead of our material here, you know what? Let's make that a variable. Parent. Wait, what did I? Oh yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. So this is going to be scanline material base, and this is going to be normal material base. Now let's do it that way. And then we can just change it. We'll change the normal material. Right? Yeah. I think. Yeah. This is what the game screen Game Boy. So this might come out black and white. I'm not really sure. Let's try it. It don't come out at all. Okay. All right. Fair enough. I see you. Okay. That was definitely not good. So we have to get this to be. Maybe I can go backwards here. Color. I want to make a color, right? How do I make a color? There's a way to There's a way to make a color, but I think you have to make like a float 4 or something. Debug float 4 warp. Make float 4. Here. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go. If we just, cause that'll be the RGB, and then we could take the alpha from the image, and then send it. Let's try that. Well, it's going to take a minute, apparently. Okay. Now do we get grayscale? We don't. We just get absolutely crap, nothing. Okay, I'm going to try something for a moment. Oh, no. I just wanted a redirect node. We can't do that? We do it? Yeah, wait, here we are. Let's just make everything the red. That'll give us a partial grayscale effect, or should at least. No? I wonder what's wrong then. I don't know. Sample type color. No map level. Okay, how is this different? It doesn't look different. We copied this, so it should be okay. Okay. Can we just take the full color? Is there anything coming through? Again, I told you I'm not great with shaders. Okay, something's definitely wrong here. If it won't even take, if we do the RGBA as the final color, will it take that? What's going on? Why is it? No, it does not like that. Okay, so something's goofy. Something's definitely goofy. I'm going to choose a default texture, and maybe the texture is not being set. That seems to be the case. Okay, so the texture is not being set as a parameter. Convert to constant, convert to parameter, and screen texture, I think was the name. Okay, group none, linear color, etc., etc., etc. Okay, now does it get updated? It does not. So something is not right here. Screen texture. Let's take that. Yeah, that's the name of it. Oh wait, no, that's the other one. That's the name of it. So what's up with this? How come it doesn't like it? Well, now that we have this, I'm curious to see, will we get black and white out of this image? Now that we know the problem was not the math. Well, maybe not the math. Okay, that's grayscale. That's a start. Am I making a Game Boy filter effect? I'm trying. God willing, I'm trying. Okay, so that's fine. It's just the texture itself doesn't seem to want to change here. So what's the... Oh, maybe the parameter name's not the same. Hold on. And maybe the name was different for this one. That could definitely be what was wrong. Hey, there we go. Okay, alright. Alright, we got something. It was just the texture name being wrong. So here we go. Here's black and white. Here's your Game Boy Pocket palette, right? Now, it's more than 4 shades of gray, but it's a start, right? So let's see. So now we want to colorize this in some way, right? I'm trying to think of what might be the best way to do that. I think we'll start with creating a color as a parameter. So how do we do that then? a float 4, so like a float 4 constant, or... Can we make this a parameter? No. Well, I don't know. How about a curve? Can we do a color curve? Smooth curve, bell curve, S curve, smooth curve, gradient. Gradient might be good. Okay, and then we can just pick a curve, right? We can make a curve and pick one, or material function. Oh, that's not what I'm thinking of. Because what I'm thinking is we can warp between whatever our color is, and well, let's just make a color, right? Let's just make a static color here. Is there a static color? 3-color blend. Scene color, particle color. I'm just gonna make another float 4, I guess. Make float 4. Oh, but yeah, it needs inputs, right? So there's gotta be like just a color node, right? Come on, there's gotta be something. Vertex color? No, we don't want that. Yeah, you can make float 4 or 3 params. Yeah, but I wanted like I wanted a color parameter. Filter the colors into 4 shades. Yeah, I was thinking either if I could get a parameter of a color curve and then lerp on that with the value here, or if I could get like just some kind of... I'd like a color curve if possible. Because you can just make a curve, right, of like anything you want. So like, miscellaneous maybe? Yeah, curve. And you can make linear color curve. This is basically what I want. Curve, I don't know what the hell the thing is for that. Game Boy colors. Because then you can kind of weight it, you know what I mean? So you could say, like every step, I don't know, will be 3? Man, how does this work again? Because I want green here. We make this... Well, that's interesting. Can I can add dots? Is that how you do it? I am just flailing at this point. Where would you like pick the color? Oh, I see. Okay. I see what that's like. This should be the color, right? But opacity. No, we don't want opacity. Nope. Stop making nodes. Yeah, you definitely need frame blending to mimic it. Like the ghosting effect. But I don't know what, So here, I can't seem to edit these for whatever reason. Or is that, am I doing them all? Well, I don't want to do alpha, right? Can you just do vector 3? Yeah, but it's not going to give you the best result. Like you can just make a float 3. I I guess I'll have to make constants. Constant. Oh wait, here. Hold on. Constant vector 3. Here we go. Oh, there we go. That's what I want. Well, at least to start. And then we'll need another one. I think. No, we shouldn't need another one. We want to warp, interpolate, linear interpolate from A to B. Or no, B's the alpha. So we want it from A. Is A going to be 0? I think A is going to be 0 on the alpha. So we want B to be like our brightest color, right? So like a big, giant, shitty pea green, pea soup green here. That's our brightest. But it's not going to look super great. Is it? Yeah. And then you would use that as your color. I think that's how this would work. Yeah. You see? See how it goes? It's only going to give you one tone, though, is the problem. If I had a curve, I could control, the dark parts get more or less saturated and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the basic idea. Man, that takes a long time to save. So there you go, it's your shitty DMG. But it's not going to look exactly right. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not going to look exactly right. Because the way that the darker pixels look are going to be, they'll be a different value. They'll have different saturation and stuff like that than the light ones will. But yeah, the ghosting effect, yeah, the frame blending, that's the ghosting effect. That one, I'm not sure exactly how to accomplish that in here. I don't know if I'd have to save the last couple frames as a render or something. Not really even sure how to do that one. But yeah, I mean, this isn't terrible, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for, you know? Which is really funny because the other ones don't use that mode. It's only on here. By the way, other than the green, discounting the whole green thing, you can actually use a mode like this in the game, and I've been planning to do it eventually. I'm just going to set this to white. We'll undo it in a minute. And your vibrance of objects, because that does influence how well the player can see them, especially at a glance. So you want to have you don't want it to be muddy, you want it to actually be distinguishable. And the other thing is color blindness. I mean, you can make different modes and color spectrums and stuff to see what each individual type of color blindness will affect the game or whatever. However, I think the more important thing is you can do that all at once if you just look at it black and white. If there is no color, then you are solving all cases at that point. Is the image clear when there is no color? So in a fighting game, if you had two characters with the same color palette, or ones that are close in vibrance, but you look at it in black and white and you can't tell which player is which, you got a problem. That means that you are not colorblind accessible. Somebody is going to have a problem with it. Maybe not everybody, not all versions of colorblindness may have the same problem for the same issue, but you can pretty much guarantee somebody's going to be unhappy playing the game if you can't tell the difference black and white. And you can do things that are special to it, you could say, oh, well, I'm going to have a little bit of text that says P1 and P2. And, that's a symbol, a very easy to see symbol. Or, because they're already visually impaired, let them change something, like say, I want to change the brightness of player 1 and 2 separately, and they're always the same look, or they're always the same color. I always want player 1 to be red and player 2 to be blue, because I can see red and blue, but I can't see green or whatever. Those kind of options are kind of what you're looking for at that point. But a good first start is to put it in black and white and see if you can tell the difference between objects. You know, like obviously there's only one Mega Man on screen, but if you had multiple, like, teams of the same kind of character, you definitely want to do something that, like say StarCraft, for example. 2 people are playing the same race, they're both playing Terrans. If they can't tell whose Marine is theirs and the enemies, then you've got a problem. You know, and you can do things to help that. But if you'll notice it if you play the game in black and white. If it's too hard to tell at a glance, then it's too hard for anybody to tell who might have a vision impairment. So, very valuable tool, and it's very easy to set up. I mean, like in a pixel art, you could just go here, grayscale, oh, there we go, we can take a look, and then, you know, when you're done looking, you just undo it. It's very easy, very, very cheap. In terms of cost and time and stuff to check it on black and white. So I would encourage that. Let's see. My mustache is tickling me, it's awful. Let's see. What, man down? What's man down? Did I disconnect for a minute? Oh, I do have some drop frames. Oh, I wonder if something... Stream died for like 20 seconds. Whoops. Am I here? It said on Twitch it was... But I see drop frames on the actual streaming application. So maybe it went down for everything. Well, if as long as I'm back long enough to split the VOD, oh, that's not good. So am I back now? Can people hear me? Or are we in big bad territory? Oh yeah, I did restart the timer, didn't I? No, we're good. Yeah, we're back? Okay. I can't really tell, because unless I see, like, the drop frames meter, which is a very tiny number on the third monitor, then I don't really know. And my stupid phone keeps going out, which I'm trying to use to read chat, but that's awful. Anyway, I'm sorry. I was just screaming about how you should look at your game in black and white. It'll help you identify colorblind problems. And also just, like, it's a good test for the art itself to see if, like, your values are standing out correctly and stuff. Now to be fair, we did not, like, you can really tell here, we did not pick a good black. So you can tell this black is way darker than this black. So that's like I've already been aware of this, but if you didn't notice it, this would definitely show you that, oh, like, the shadows are way darker than the darkest color on most of the pixel art, and that's a no-no. Like, you want to change that. You want more consistent, like, darkest shadow color, or something a little more artistic than just black. I mean, it's something that I've been aware of, but we were just going to fix when we did a second pass on the art for the stage. But you can tell here, like, this is darker than this, but they shouldn't be. They should be the same. And if you, oh, wrong button. And you can tell here. Now, let me go back the other way. It was better to tell on that one screen. Oh yeah, right here. This is a good one. So you can tell by looking at it, the color is distorted enough that this is like a darker blue. This is like a lighter blue purple. You do want those to be the same, but you can really tell in black and white because it strips out all the color information. It has way darker, and so those should be, you know, the same. Again, I'm aware of it. We just not fixing it in this round. We'll be doing that in the next round of updates. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. We go into different areas. Anyway, yeah, I never use pure black because it just looks off. Yeah, and especially in a game like this, you don't want to use pure black. Even Mega Man himself is not pure black. He does have where are they here? Well, I'll pull one of the actual sprites here. If you look very closely, it's kind of gray. It's not pure black. It is 32. So it gives it kind of like a softer look. And also when he's charging, obviously, it glows more. So you kind of want, for a game like this, you want a bit of a softer look. So you definitely want like a lighter, dark shade. And Mega Man 7 is like that too, so. Now tie the Game Boy Color to game time? Do you want it like to delta time? Or like the accumulated total game time? Oh, who did all the art? I did most of the level graphics. I did the bulk of it, and then Tim came in and filled in the missing parts. So like he made the treadmill. Well, I guess we worked on that one together. He made this little gadget, whatever it is. I didn't redo the animations in the tile editor yet. He did, like, Tim did some of the enemies. He did Tamp, and then Egoraptor did some of the enemies. So Egoraptor did this guy. And they both worked on this one. This one was tough for him to get the right look. But he's not finished yet. So I know they want to tweak him a bit more. Oh, Tim made the spikes. He made the spike animation. Oh yeah, Tim made this one. And he made, well, we adapted the junk pieces from other games, from like the arcade games, so I'm not sure we made that one necessarily. I converted all the arcade sprites from Mega Man into Super Nintendo format, and Tim and I worked on the Buster Shots, so it's a big collaboration. And then our concept artist, Koi, is currently doing the designs for the redo of this stage. So, some of the, like the muzzle flare here, the little effect of when he shoots, that came from the arcade games. I converted those over. I made that health pickup, though. I mean, I based it off the designs of other ones, but I did that one. I like it. Buster Shots, all those are from the arcade. The Mega Arm, that was me and Tim, it's kind of a rough draft right now. But I think it looks better than it had before. So yeah, it's collaboration. Most of the pixel art at this point, is Tim and Egoraptor. And I do what I can, but I've also got to focus on programming, so I don't always get to do all that. Oh, there's one more enemy, or no, two more enemies, sorry. This guy, Tim did this one. Tim did that one, and Egoraptor did this one. So, they're pretty consistent. Like, if you look at it, if I didn't know who did what, I probably wouldn't be able to tell. But Tim's kind of in charge of the consistency. So, like, I kind of, like, direct in the vague sense of this was kind of how things, I think, should be, you know, how much cartoony should it look versus, like, you know, how much squash and stretch should we use and stuff like that. And then Tim will take that as kind of like the style guide, and then he'll kind of enforce those on all the stuff. So, yeah, the enemy animations are really good. Most of that I didn't have much involvement with the enemies, but they're much better at that than me. Alright, so we've got... Yeah, so now I want a color curve, if possible. That way we can more finely control, like, what the light colors and the dark colors look like. But I don't know. AJ, do you know how to make a curve as a parameter, or can you make, like, this kind of curve into a parameter, or no? Let's see. This is gonna make me do all of them at once, right? Well, we might need blue. We might need blue. Green's the one we want the most though, right? So we can make those 0, and now we've got green. Yeah, because then here's what I'd like to do, right? Kind of pull these in a little bit, and then how do we change saturation? Oh, because we'd have to do this, right? Oh, this is confusing. I wish they could just put nodes and put colors on them. Oh, here's saturation. Is that... So if I do 0 here? No, that's the whole thing. It's not just one of them. Oh. But that's the brightness for everything. I feel like this is a bit confusing. There's the full saturation. But I want like a saturation curve. You know? Can we make these a curve? If we could get like an HSV curve, that would be more helpful than this. Can we do that? Are the key nodes you can place? Key nodes. I can add a key. Oh, but that's just on the green, I think. Can we add something here? It doesn't look like it. Let's just color curves. All tangents? No, selected. Yeah, if I could get a hue, saturation, and value or brightness curve, that would be way more helpful in this situation than an RGB curve. Let's see if there were other options here. Float, linear color. Okay, we chose linear color, and that's it. That's all we have. So we gotta make it work through this. But then can we even make this a parameter? I mean, yeah, you can make a point in the middle and move it, but that's not what I want really out of this. God, I don't even know. Is it? Oh, it's this. Like, I need saturation to change on the curve. Or to be able to just pick a color and work the color itself. Because this is definitely not working the way I need it to. Well, that might be more... This might be easier, but it's still not going to give me what I want. Okay. Google help. Unreal Engine HSV curve. Can we do such a thing? No, Google is useless. Oh, I misspelled curve. Well, I knew what I was talking about. Yeah, make a color node. No, I don't want a color node. I want a color spectrum, a gradient. What's a curve atlas? Maybe is that what I'm trying to do? I want to either warp entire colors or have control over the HSV. One or the other will fix me. But manipulating the RGB on its own is going to be a nightmare. That's not what I want. So what's a curve atlas? Generates a gradient lookup table texture, or manages gradient lookup table textures for registered actors and assigns them to corresponding. Well, no, I don't think that's what we're looking for. I don't know. Maybe you can't do it. At least out of the box. Maybe it's something you have to build yourself? Yeah, that's not what I want. Well, we might have to shelve this one. If it can't do it out of the box. I'm just pointlessly or desperately searching Google for anything, but curved tables? What's that? Curved tables. Oh, huh. Curved tables are another of Unreal's hidden gems. This was from a couple years ago, but it still might be relevant. At first glance, they might seem like data tables, but they serve a different purpose. Curved tables allows you to find float curves that can interpolate as either float, integer, or boolean. I don't know. I think we could potentially make something to make it work, but I'm not sure how this curve stuff works. So, I don't know. Yeah, Google's useless now. Like, looking up anything for Unreal is, like, the most painful experience I've ever had trying to look something up for the engine, because their documentation is basically doesn't exist anymore. And relying on the forums is terrible. And relying on Google is terrible. It's a very awful experience, and I don't recommend it. So, I don't know. I guess maybe we'll just have to abandon this for now. The problem with this is, like, if I want to get something desaturated, I need to get, like, the greens and the reds and the blues close to each other. But then it's just kind of a friggin' nightmare, though, to do all this. Why won't it let me go down? What's wrong? Why can't I do that? Is it because it's the first node? No, I just can't do that for some reason. Oh, now this one went up there. I don't know. It's not gonna get me what I want, though, so I guess we'll just abandon that for now. But yeah, so that's the basic idea. The flaw with this is that we can only pick a maximum color. We can say, okay, this is as bright as it gets and as saturated as it gets, and we don't have like a way to say, oh, the darker colors are more saturated, or the lighter colors are more desaturated, or change the curve amount. So this is all we got for now. That's a shame, but I'll have to look up how to do something like that. For now, got crappy piss screen. I guess it has to be a little brighter. But you'll notice the brighter I make it here, the more washed out it looks entirely. So it's not a good solution, but it's what we got. Quantize it to 4 shades. What does that mean exactly? Like, sure, I could make 4 colors here, but how would I math out, like, so let's say this is the darker one, right? It's way more saturated, but it's like way darker. How would I mean, well, I could do it with 2, right? Because A is black, or A is the starting color. I mean, that one's easy enough to do with 2, but how do you do 4? How would that work? 4 color times 4 divided by 4. I think I get that part, but how do you string it together so it actually pulls the right one? That would be the part I don't really get. Unless you did like, oh, less than and greater than this, do this, less than and greater than this, do this. But that sounds like super inefficient. There's got to be a better way to do that, right? Okay, well, yeah, this one definitely killed the contrast on it, because now the darkest color is a bit lighter. Palette texture? Oh, what a yeah, I mean, you could do that. That makes it, it's starting to make it real complicated, though. I don't think I really have time to mess with that, because you can't do that stuff in blueprints. Well, we already have a texture, right? Well, yeah, right. We already have a palette texture system. We could just make one for it. Yeah, I guess that would work, right? Okay. Okay, yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, we have a palette system already. Why don't we just use it? That's actually a great idea. I think that's a good way to look at it. So then we need another texture. We'll call it palette texture. And yeah, we'll just, well, we need a texture sample, right? Here's the texture, and with the UV, I think we need to take the UV from this. I think that it just pulls the UV directly. Now this is going to look like a nightmare on screen. What's the problem here? Cannot cast them for, oh, I need, right, sorry. I just need one. There. This is going to look like a nightmare because we're not using an actual palette texture yet, but it works to the extent of what I fed it. Yeah, right. And then now we just feed it a palette texture instead. So make it a little prettier here. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is exactly what I'm doing on the other side. Oh, this is yeah. Okay, so this is palette texture, and we need to change that in real time. So let's make a new paper sprite palette. And we'll make a new palette here in a minute, but we'll say that this is the Game Boy palette. And, oh, right, we'll drag this in. Oh, we're doing that on the top one. Hold on. You know what we should really do? We should make a new mode for this. I'll do that after. I don't want to mess up too much going into this. Okay, I'm gonna spaghetti code this for a minute. So that, whoa. Palette texture, and we want to give it get palette texture, boop, and feed it that. But we don't have a valid texture yet, or valid palette. Yeah, it's very funny. We already had something that could actually do this, which is very, very funny. Now this will not interpolate though. So this is going to be weird. It's going to only have 4 colors. It's going to look really distorted. But at least it kind of gives a better idea what we're kind of dealing with. No, not data table. Sorry, hold on. Miscellaneous data asset. Paper sprite palette. How Game Boy. This really will only be 4 shades. We'll do one first. We'll do like the base green. It's probably more towards yellow, and it's probably desaturated. I would say that one's probably the lighter variant, right? So we'll kind of paste these around. I think this will be the darker one. So this, we'll do the lighter first. Brighter, but less. Yeah, and then this one will be a bit darker. And then this one will be like really dark, but also really saturated. Something like that, right? We'll see if that goes. And then, okay. How Game Boy? Game Boy, there we go. This might work, I hope. I'm gonna save just in case. I'm not really sure how this is gonna work out. Hey, it worked! But again, like I said, there's only literally 4 colors to pick from, so it's going to have a hard time translating what's on screen. I mean, it kind of did its best, but you know, that's the extent of what you're gonna get unless you make more colors in the palette. So it kinda works, sorta. I wonder, hold on a minute, I wonder, this is not proper use of the palette system, but I kind of wonder if we can do something like this. Can we like set filter? Yeah, set filter. And I'm going to set it to bilinear instead. I don't know if that will actually work or not. It didn't appear to. Let's save and try again. No. Do I have to update? Update asset? Or update resource, yeah? Maybe that'll help. Oh, maybe? No, still busted. Ah, that's a shame that it does that. Yeah, because it's not gonna. Whoa, what's going on there? Oh, it's getting all freaky now. Oh, it's really, I don't know if it's like, I don't know what it's doing now. It's getting all sorts of freaky. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, the other option is I could literally just make a texture. Like, just draw a texture that has the colors that I want. So like, what, 4x1? One, two, oh. 2, 3, and then like a really washed out one of these, just to, oh shit, that's all I want. Just to get anything in here. And then you could do something like that and just save it, right? Because the problem I'm having with this is that I can't change the texture to... Man, I don't know why you can't change the filter, though. You figure that would work, right? But for whatever reason, you can't seem to do that at runtime. Alright, this is really stupid, but I'm just going to change the palette system code to let me select different filters. This is something that probably shouldn't be used for most things. But, well, we built the palette system. We can do whatever we want with it, right? Source. Public. Paper Sprite plus Sprite palette. Let's see. Do we have common types? We do not. So I'm just going to add Uenum E Sky High Sprite Palette Filter Type. Typo. Okay, and then I don't think you'd see the filter change. It'd still pick a point in the middle of the color. Well, it shouldn't with a grayscale, because then the points will be kind of off. The palette texture is exposed anywhere. You can click on it and see it in editor. It should be, yeah, it is exposed here. Let's take a look at that quick, since you mentioned it. So, yeah. So filter, did it actually respect the filter? Yeah, I did change the filter. But it's still not doing anything like we want. But we don't want it to wrap either. That's also another problem. We want it to clamp. Does that actually change? Okay, that helps. Interesting. So, but the bilinear is not being respected here. Because the input here... Oh no, I think you're right though. Because it's multiplying... This is getting into the weeds of how it works. Because, yeah, it is bilinear here. But no, you're right, because in order to make the 4 gradients, it's doing like 64 pixels of each color to make the whole 256, or whatever it is. Yeah, at its core, it's like 256 by 1. No, you're right, it won't work that way. You're right. Yeah. So I would have to either make my own texture, or yeah, this idea won't work. It won't change anything. So let's just undo all that. Yeah, there's no reason to make that. I wish the curve did what I wanted it to do. But yeah, I think making an actual just straight up texture is going to be what we want. At least for now. And then that'll at least interpolate. Right, that's it. Just make the texture 4 pixels wide. It just, the palette system is hard coded to have that 256, and then it kind of calculates how many it wants to go from there. But I guess it shouldn't have to do that, right? Or is that just kind of like a protection? But I guess if you change the color count, then you have to dump and remake the texture. So that's a little wasteful in that regard, but I guess how often would you really do that? Like if you did that every frame, you'd be making a new texture object every frame. Like that wouldn't be good. At least this way it's faster if you change the color count, because it's always a consistent 256 and it never gets regenerated. It just duplicates the colors across it to make it match. I don't know. I'd be hesitant to change the way that works, just in case like there's a use case for like, oh, we're gonna swap between, we're gonna set this palette to these 8 colors. Well, then we're gonna set it to these 16 colors, and then back to these 8 and these 16 and whatever. And in that case, it would literally have to keep regenerating a new texture every time the color count changed. So I'd be afraid of that performance hit in the case we ever have to do something like that, instead of like bending it to fit this use case. So I don't know. I guess right now the easiest way would just to be make a texture and save it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna toss this in and see how it works. So Game Boy palette. If I spell it right. Because I mean, I could just literally update this as I please and just, you know, redo it. Yeah, Game Boy palette. Now this is gonna look washed out as hell because I didn't calibrate these colors, but it should at least do what we want it to do functionally. It is nice to know that this actually worked, though. That the filter actually worked, but I'm gonna take that out. Okay, so then in this folder here, right, viewport frame. Yeah, then we'll just drag this in as a texture. And we want to do a couple things with it. One, we want to clamp it. Two, we want to make sure bilinear is on. I mean, it looks like it is, but we're going to definitely just explicitly say that it's on. We do not need level of details. I don't know if that's something you can just turn on. Padding, availability, tiling, fast bitmap filter. Well, we don't need bitmaps at all. Bit loading options. First. It's so small, I'm not sure if it would even get mipped. But I would like to avoid it potentially. Never stream. Yeah, it's good enough for now. I think we should be alright. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is we're just going to use this as the default palette here. So this is Game Boy palette, and there we go. Oh, wait, shit. Sorry, wrong one. This one's the one we got, Game Boy. Ah, Game Boy. There we go, okay. That looks better. Whew. Okay, alright. And there were... No, wait, hold on. We want to not do this. That was overriding it. There, okay. Oh, that's interesting. It gets dark enough. It actually kind of fades out because that's the darkest color available. That is actually kind of funny. I really don't know how to specifically fix that part of it, honestly. We could remap the range so that it starts in the middle of the last pixel, in the middle of the top pixel. Without increasing the resolution of the texture, I'm not sure. Not sure what could be really done there. I mean, remapping the range is, you just have to use an inverted warp and then a new warp on the new range that you want. I don't know if that's built into Unreal though, or if I'd have to create that. So there's warp. Inverse warp. Yeah, here we are, right? This might work. Hold on. So let me think. What did I do in my programming? I can look up the code that I used for inverse warp. Engine plus. Nope. No, I don't want to move it. What did I do? And I called it remap. Here we are. Okay. So inverse warp. So range range 1 A to B. So that's going to be 0 to 1. So inverse warp the value. Right, that's what we need to do. That gives us the alpha that we use on the second range. Yeah. And this is 0 to 1 already. And then now we warp between... Oh, this is the alpha. Now this is going to depend on how big it is, right? So because we have 4, we could probably math this out, but I'm just going to hard code it. So we want 0.5. Let's say it's 4, so 0.5 to 1, 2, 3.5. But we're dealing with 0. We're dealing with 0 to 1. So that would be what? So this is this line here is 0.25. This line here is 0.5, 0.75. So 0.25 divided by 2, 1.25. And then 1 minus 0.125. Okay, these are our numbers. Mental math is not my strong suit. You may laugh now. Which is really funny when I tell people that. Because I'm like, what do you mean you can't do mental math? I'm like, yeah, I can't do it. It's just not something that I developed, I guess. Okay, and this should give us what we're looking for. Yeah? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we can see the detail now. I was right. I was right! For once. Alright, so can we find actual Game Boy colors? Like, does anybody actually professionally photograph the Game Boy Color screen? And given us the ability to take a look at like what the shades are? That would be very interesting, if possible. Hey, you and me both are bad at mental math. Hey, I'm not alone. Now you gotta add the space between DMG pixels. We could do that. We'll make another palette, or I'm sorry, another texture, right? So we would want, man, how would this work? So this would be 1 pixel. And so the DMG, we're just gonna sketch it out first, right? So the DMG pixels are kind of like, they're spaced out. So really what you're getting here is something like this, but that they also kind of have a shadow to them. So this would like be your texture. But I don't know, I guess you could do it like this. Hold on, let me color that something different first. You could maybe do it like this and then cut this out, and this is alpha. And then you can key it on alpha, so... Yeah, this would work. I think. Oh, let's try it. Let's see now. What do I want to color it? Let's see, scanline DMG, I guess. Scanline filter DMG? How about that? And just export it. So the trick here now would be, because what's going to happen is it's going to put the pixel color here, and then it's going to throw it through the Game Boy green filter. So this will be the lightest color possible in the grid. And then the color of the pixel, and then the darkest possible color in the palette grid. That would be how that would work. I'm sure we can do better, but this is at least a start to it. And so we need to import that now. And we'll basically... Yeah, we'll just... I'm not sure if warp is the right term. I guess you could warp on alpha. I guess that would work. So yeah, let's pull that in and try it. This will make sense once it actually works, if it actually works. We do want to, we do want bilinear. Clamp. I mean, we might want to change the structure of this eventually, if it's not looking quite right, but this should give us some sort of result that's analogous to what we want here. We do not want to stream it. We're streaming. Streaming, pixel streaming, never stream. And force bilinear. Don't clamp, you can wrap it. Oh, that's right. Yeah. We need to wrap it. I'm sorry. You're right. We do need to wrap it. I'm trying to think of how do we scale that then? Can we scale it in here to say that like there's 256 across and 224 top to bottom? Or is that something we have to do in the shader? Because in Unity, I think you could set the duplication somehow in the texture. I'm not sure how to do that. Or if that's something we can do in the material? Well, either way. Yeah, let's say that. And then DMG. Sample type color. This default priority description. Would we just multiply this somehow? Is that how we would do it? Because I don't see any way to, like, set the dimensions to multiple automatically. Because you can, like, can you split this? Can you break? Can you break this? Or no, filter. Was it filter? And the language for the stuff in the shaders are completely different. Yeah, the UV. Like, you can multiply it though, right? You'd multiply it by your pixel resolution of the game. But I'm not sure. I know there's a way to, like, break this into a vector too, but well, we can make float 2. Wait, is that what we want? I wish you could just inline these. Constant. Oh, constant vector 2. There, that's what. No, that's what I want. Something like 256 by 224, right? And then, like, multiply these together, right? Or you can't do that. Multiply? No, it's not. Texture is not compatible with float. Oh, you have to make a sample though, right? No, that is the texture. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Texture sample. And that's what we want to... No, but this has to be something else, doesn't it? What is this? UV cropping? What's this? No, I don't think that's what we want. I wish it showed you everything that was possible to put here. We want to do something to the UV, but there's like an incoming UV, right? There should be some kind of incoming data that tells it what to sample from, right? So what is that? Where does that come from? Oh, UV remap to range? What's that? I'm not sure if that's what I want. Or we want to do it on this one though, right? This is the UV we want to change. I think. If I understand correctly, the UV is information that comes into the shader, because it has to know what it's pulling from, right? But what supplies that exactly? Where does that come from? Like this parameter is, oh, defaults to const coordinate, if not, okay. Const coordinate, no. I hate this. What, how do you get const coordinate? Oh yeah, this level's boss. from the song. Infinity. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Maginian? Infinity Water Flea, I think, is what it's actually supposed to be. Okay, so how do we get const coordinate? Where is that? It is light maps. UV, camera UV. I hate shaders. I really hate shaders. Okay, so it tells you something called const coordinate, not specified, but const coordinate doesn't exist. So how do you get text coord? Texture coordinate? Oh, okay. So what is this now? Oh, here, this is what we want. This is what we want. We want UV tiling. I'm pretty sure this is what we want. And I'm guessing this is, I don't know. I'm not sure if this will actually work. But yeah, tiling, that's what we wanted in order to duplicate the texture. Okay, now that we have it though, right? We want... Ugh, it's getting long. Yeah. We want to intercept somewhere around here. And now that we have our range, right? Let me think for a moment. We want to intercept before the warp transformation. We want to get in here somewhere, and using the alpha from here, we want to warp. Okay, so this is less alpha. Yeah, I think that's correct. And then more alpha will be the red from here. Now it's black and white, so we can use any of the channels here. And we want the alpha from here, because like when this is transparent, this is how it's supposed to work. When this is transparent, when it's like in this pixel, we want to use that transparency to say, hey, you want to pull from the actual image of the game. But when it's not transparent, we want to pull from the actual pixels that we filled in. And so this should do it. The more alpha... Oh, no, I got them reversed. The more alpha, the more we want from the original image. The less alpha, the more we want from the scanline filter image, which has been multi-tiled here. And then we plug that into our remap, and then finally into getting the thing. This is a big spaghetti nightmare, but we want to make it work, and then we can make it pretty. I'm sure there might be a better way to do this, but for now, that's what we got. That is definitely not what we want. It's also the reverse, if you've noticed. I think it's the reverse. Maybe I had it right the first time. Well, I just want to see if that changes it. Okay, yeah, this is what we want. This is what we want. But we need... How come the tiling's not working? I think your texture coordinate has to go in the sampler. You mean like this? Like this? Yeah. I think, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, there it is! Yay! Thank you, AJ. It works! No, it is a little goofy because we're not doing the integer scale. I should actually have put this on the other one. I should have put it on these modes, but yeah, there you go. How about that? Now, I think we can safely make this a bit more like inside, you know what I mean? There's got to be more of a gap here. So let's update that texture. Oh, we didn't save it though. Or we didn't export it rather. Oh, actually that's not really what it should be. It should be, I guess that's right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because there is this weird shadow effect that the DMG had with its pixels. But I don't know if that's exactly what we need to do with it. Oh, that's definitely better. That's definitely more like Game Boy. Oh, it's awful. Oh, it's terrible. But that's what we want. We want terrible. This is what we asked for. This is what we asked for. This is what we wanted. Oh, this is disgusting. Awful's an understatement, yeah. So, yeah, like I said before, that the colors I picked here were not like really great for this because they weren't particularly dark enough. Oh, you know what I'll do? Let's see. Make a new palette from this. And then set it to index mode, and then I can just edit these colors directly. I don't have to worry about it. So, we'll do that. And this one, a little less saturation. Oh. Take some of that saturation away and make this a little bit brighter. And you know what? This one probably should be a little darker still. Which means this one needs to be adjusted. Let's try that. Let's try that. It's a little barbaric in some ways because I gotta keep dragging it in. Oh, not that one. This one. There. Okay. Wow, that's super dark though. Oh man. Well, I mean, it gives you a better range, but it don't look too good, honestly. It's a little too dark. Little too dark. So, okay, before we continue this, I'm going to do what I should have done earlier. We're just going to add this as a separate mode in the thing here. So this game view screen mode, where is that? Is that this? That's this. So, well, I'm going to basically do what I did with the scan lines. Oh, yeah, I'm going to add those. And then in here, we're going to so I'm basically gonna undo what I did here. So we want skin material base, normal material base, duplicate, game, let's see, matte base, no, let's see, screen material base, Game Boy, screen material base, scan lines, and screen material base normal. Okay, and then we're going to add another one for Game Boy, which we will... Oh, how come that didn't work? Copy, paste, thank you. It didn't make like a duplicate, did it? Okay. And this is... we want to do the Game Boy. Screen material... oh, I said matte here, but material... okay. It's good to use full names. They just get sometimes a little long. Okay, we want this one then. Okay, this is good. We do need this. And this is now going to be... man, what was this one before? I think it was... shoot, what was it? I think it was the material I had in the plugin. Okay, VPF, draw to target. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. It's just reusing the same material that does the scaling. No, M_VP. There it is. Okay, and then we'll revert those changes, so that should be back to normal. It's not happy with that, I'm not sure. Oh, over here. Target is this. Why not? Why can't we do that? What is wrong? Oh, that's the base material. Whoopsie doodle, that is not what... Sorry. That's not what that was supposed to be. Yeah, right, I need the dynamic material Game Boy. That's what I should be setting here. We want to make a dynamic material and set it. And then set texture parameter. And we use the same thing here, and we send it final render. Right, and then we needed the... do we need to do anything else with the other one? I don't think so. Someone should port Rulers of Space to the Game Boy. Yeah. The stream encoding is doing the ghosting for you. That is funny. Yeah, I can imagine that the stream encoding is not having fun with what we're doing right now. I can imagine it's very angry at us for having to process all the scan lines. Yeah, let's double check here. We don't need any other... we did the screen texture, but these two are statically assigned, so we don't need to do any more. We don't need to do any more configuration. I think that's it. We did that. We made that one the Game Boy. The scanline one's the scanline, and that one's that one. And I think those are okay. And so now we have to add. Yeah, see now this has more options. We've got to do that now. So I'm going to copy the top route because I think that one's going to be closest to what we want here. We probably want the interpolation to be sharp because they are sharp LCD pixels, right? And let's see, game screen. So we want dynamic material Game Boy for Game Boy under and over. gonna pull these forward a little. On this too. So we've got the material and the interpolation setting correct. And now we need... Oh, yeah, I guess we could do the debug messages so we can see them. It would be nice. Oh wait, I want to copy both of these. No! No! There we go. Okay. Game Boy under and Game Boy over. Game Boy. Game Boy. Okay, and then that'll get our debug message. And I probably should move this out of the way as this switch grows larger and larger. Okay, that all looks pretty alright. But there should be one more. There's got to be one more thing here. So, refresh scale properties. Yes, here it is. This one's actually going to be easy because I'm just going to connect these to here. That's the over. Yeah. So it's a little spaghetti, but basically they're just going to the ones that are for the scan lines already there. So we don't need to add code for it. It should just be there. So now, yeah. Except that looks like absolute doggy doo-doo. It's better in full screen, but man, it's rough. Oh my god, it looks so horrible. I mean, I know that's the point, right? Oh, my ones. Yeah. I know that's kind of the point, but oh my god, it looks so bad. I actually think we can space the pixels out a little more, though. I think we can do that. So we want to do that and that. And then I think we need to, well, we need to come up one and in the side one. It feels like this is pretty extreme, but I think it's actually going to work out. Yeah, I don't think we want the shadow to be that bad. It's got to be a little closer. I don't know, it's hard to tell sometimes. Let's try this and just see how it works and go from there. And we'll adjust the colors in a minute too, because they're definitely going to have to change as well. Yeah, I think they're not spaced out enough. So, oh, I got, this is what's confused me, I got two of these open. Oh, that's just the wrong folder. This is the folder we're using. Oh, no, that's terrible, actually. That is not good. That is not good. Okay, we need to increase the contrast slider on our Game Boy here, right? I think we definitely need to do that. But it has to be... I don't know if that might be dark enough, but the other ones need to be brighter for some reason. Maybe that'll do it, just a different contrast from what they were already doing. Let's see if that helps. I have a feeling that spacing out the pixels more was not great. We might have to undo the space. Oh, wrong one. I have to undo the spacing. Oh my god, it's so terrible. Holy crap. How did we ever play games like this? How? How did we ever do it? I don't know. Maybe it's so crappy it's actually authentic. With the worm light. Man, I have one of those still too. Incredible. I remember using those. They were terrible. But it was like having a light bulb. You know, like if you have a light bulb without the shade on it, and it like you see a reflection of it like in the window, and it just like intense, like where the bulb actually is. That's what the worm lights are like. They weren't diffused at all. It was terrible. Take the screenshot with an integer scale and put it in Discord real quick. Sure. I have a feeling that like maybe it's not gonna look good because it's not like 4K, but we might need better resolution for this potentially. So, oh, you know what? I'll take like a full screen shot here. But yeah, let me... I'll tag you in it. It looks so bad. I mean, I know that's the point, but like, it looks insufferably bad. I'm not sure if maybe we need to do something else. Or like, maybe we need to actually pull the color from the scanline filter texture. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, like the Game Boy screens were really like this bad. It was really bad back then. Oh man, it's gonna be almost like a headache playing like that. Do we have like an actual professional photograph of the DMG? Like I know you could do contrast changes on it. So like that helps a little bit, but I don't know, let's pull this one like really closer to black and see what happens. I'm actually just curious if maybe we adjust things a little bit. A little bit more, if maybe it will work out. I don't know. And then make this one lighter? Because we might have to explicitly color this, is what I'm trying to say. Let's close these. We don't need these anymore. Like, I'll show you what that'll look like. I don't need to change this now. We'll just use the black and white. It won't look super... Yeah, so we want to use... Yeah, we want to put this later in the thing here. Want to bring this in, and then we want to do this after if we're going to use a texture without the color being manipulated. And so this has got to move out more. And basically we have to warp on the whole color. Is that gonna actually work? I guess so. And we need to make a float 3 out of this. And then warp to that on the alpha of this. But I think we gotta cross it. And then this goes here. Oh, we ain't got shit now. What happened? What happened? That we should get something. Oh, you know what? You know what it is? Because this needs to be a make float 4. Oh man, how is this gonna work now? It's because the alpha is 0. I don't know if this makes any sense, but constant of 1? No. I don't know if we have to like break this into its components. But I forgot how to do that. I thought it was called filter. Mask? It's mask, right? Component mask? Yeah. But, man, I don't remember how this works, though. Do we have to do a mask for each one? Maybe it's crude, but it might work. And then we want the green. And then we want the blue. And the alpha will be just 1. Yeah, we want the constant 1. Right? But that's not getting us what we want. Error. Oh, this wants a UV. Oh crap, hold on. No, I did this in the wrong order. I did it in the wrong order. Okay, now, okay, that kind of fixed it, but we need to implement the color, here. I know this is getting real spaghetti, but here, in between here, we need to apply the color. Well, now we have the full color. We don't need that anymore. We can just warp that to that. And it kind of worked. Yeah. I think. Left is 16, right is 64. Try something like this for the pixel shader. You want a 64 by 64 scanline filter? Is that what you're saying? Okay, hold on. Let me make sure that I didn't screw this part up first, and then we'll check that out. Okay, that is technically what we wanted. It's just up to us to make the filter have proper colors to it. Because I think they need to be a little wider. Like it needs to do something like this, but, oh, well. And, you know, I didn't think about it, but maybe don't make the shadow as big. It might help. I'll check yours in a second, Suki, but I just want to see, damn it, wrong. I just want to see if that makes a noticeable difference or not. I want to see what the effect is first before we continue. See if shortening that shadow actually makes it look better. But I think you're right that we need something with higher resolution to get a more nuanced look on it. There is my Unreal. Jeez, I can't find my own damn... I got too many windows open. Come on, get in there. Maybe. I think that helped it a little. but it definitely, the pixel size could be improved. This is really hard probably because it's not 4K. If it was 4K, I think we'd have a better result off of it. Because see, there's just not a lot of definition here. We can't squeeze out enough definition. However, I might be able to cheat it. Just for the sake of previewing, I'm going to slightly change these. So Game Boy under is this one. And Game Boy over is this one, which right now are just copies of, they're just copies of the other. But what I wanted to do is make this one the over, so that's kind of the one we want to really preview, and make this over +1 it's just an integer, right? Yeah, where's the normal add? Operators add 1 to it, and then we'll get a 6 times scale, which will be harder to see like where we're walking, but I think it'll give it, oh, oops. 1 and 2, very spaghetti. But I think it'll give us an idea of what it might look at 4K. Yeah. That might give us a better idea of what we're looking at here. Definitely does. Okay. Oh yeah, it's funny. They're not square pixels because the Super Nintendo didn't have square pixels, so they're a little skewed. All right, so let's look at Suki's texture here and see if maybe that's what we've got to go with. So I'm going to file save as DMG2. Delete that. He said it was 64, 64, 60, 64, 64, and boom. Okay, we'll try that. I see what you did there, where you're having the shadow be the only delineation between it. I get that. I see what you're doing. So let's definitely try that. And let me look at chat again. Let me get back to the chat. Okay, there. Yeah, I see exactly what you were trying to do with it now. So let's take a look. Let's drag in DMG2 and set that up. So we want, where's no streaming? No streaming. And we want wrap and wrap, bilinear. I think that was it. I think that's all we had to do. Okay. Oh, right, and then we need to actually use that one instead of the other. So, spaghetti code, where is, here it is. Yeah. And DMG2. All right, let's see what that does. Oh, look at that. Okay, I think you're right. It looks a lot better now. They might be a little tiny bit too close, but it definitely is more readable. Yeah. Definitely more readable. So let's see, on the 3 or the normal size. So that makes me wonder if it's too dark, and maybe the trick might just be a less of a shadow on it. just have like a little bit of white between there. And we'll see how that works. And again, we didn't even color change these yet, so there's still big room for improvement on that. Yeah, I love Big O. Does anybody else watch Big O back in the day? Or any time? That's what I got going on in the background. And that show was really good. And here's some trivia for you. Big O got canceled in Japan, and then they ran it in the US because it didn't do well there. But they ran it in the US, and it was so popular in the US it actually got it out of cancellation, and they made a new season for it. At least that's what I've heard. Maybe that story's BS, but that's what I've heard. Okay, alright. I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. You can definitely see the difference between them now. Like just slightly. They're just slightly gapped. I think a lot of it's going to also come down to how what the color is between here, because yeah, Big O was great. I love that. Big O was great. So we're getting closer. Let's see. So we got a video. Is he gonna like get close up with it? Oh, he does. He does. Oh. You know, honestly, there's almost no shadow on it when we're looking at it. But I've seen other ones that have a shadow kind of effect on them. Yeah, so here, I'm just gonna take a snapshot. He's got Pikachu's face here. You know what's interesting is that there's an actual texture on the crystals themselves. And we could potentially do something with that. But honestly, like when you look close, I don't really see any shade. Like, no, there's no shadow from the pixels. I remember seeing like shadows on the pixels though back in the day, so I'm not really sure. About that. So, honestly, I'm just gonna color sample something off of here. And we're just gonna run with that. And see how it looks. Here. Because now that we took the filter out of the color manipulation, so it can stand on its own. That looks pretty good, actually. You can actually see like a weird pattern when it's scaled up to 6x though. Oh, you know why? It's because the game image itself is not scaled to 6x. So this is only kind of like an artificial look at what it would look like. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna actually undo that code that we have. Because now it's subsampling, it's not a true 6x scale. It's kinda half and half. So let's just switch this back in so that they're normal. Yeah, that's the one I want. Because now that we've got it a bit better, I'm curious to see what it looks like in the smaller one. Yeah, this filter definitely is not made for smaller resolutions. It looks okay at 5x though. Not perfect, but it's certainly a heck of a lot better. Yeah, I think the shadow, trying to add the shadow on it really didn't do it any favors. Okay, let's save that. Let's see, chat's talking. To experiment, this is based on the video's close-up. Fair enough. Let's take a look-see. And we'll, yeah, oh, let me get the color first. And then paste the color. And then we'll save this as DMG3. This was fun. I didn't expect to do a little fun shader thing today, but it kind of worked out. I like it. Okay, so now we're here. We need to drop in the DMG3 and wrap, bilinear, and no streaming. Texture streaming, as I understand it, kind of like makes it so it can like take it in and out of graphics RAM for like a quick RAM swap, but something that we'd never want to like not be there, so it might slow down processing. Oh, that looks nice actually. Something seems strange about it though when you look close. What's going on? They're just really bunching up at the corners for some reason. Alright, let's look at that. What? I'll keep that for a minute. Yeah, all you did was just center it. Let's see, how does this compare to DMG2? This has 1, 2, 3, 4. So this actually has more border to it, the DMG3. So if it was equivalent to DMG2, it would be more like this in thickness. And I just kind of want to see what that looks like quick. We can always undo it. So here's 3. Again, but just thinner. It still has that weird bunching up at the corners, which is strange, honestly. But DMG2 didn't have that? I mean, this is technically more accurate because when you get to the edge of the screen, you do want it to, you do want it to be lighter. Yeah, it's just weird. It kind of like it bunches in the corners, which I guess kind of makes sense when you think about it. Because these corners are a bit more prominent at that point. But it didn't seem to happen as much with the 2. Or maybe I'm just misremembering, but I'm just curious. Let's go back to the 2 and see what it looked like. It still kind of has those corners, but the effect I think is a bit diminished. That's a really, really weird quirk. Yeah, it still has the corners. They're just not as prominent as in the one with the centered pixel. Wonder what we could do to get rid of that. I don't know. That's weird, right? Remove a side from top or bottom, and a side from left or right. But that effectively just makes this again, right? That's basically what we had then. But yeah, it is weird that it even the different texture makes it render a little differently, which is just kind of strange on its own, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, this is gonna be dumb and goofy, but what if we just darkened the corners? I don't know. I'm not really sure. What if you turn off the filter? Oh, like, hold on. Hold on, here's my thing. What filter do we have? Oh, you mean like turn off bilinear? Oh, on the actual texture itself. Well, alright. Alright, we'll do it on the DMG3, the new one. And set it to nearest. And then use the 3. I feel like the 3 should be the more accurate one, theoretically. Oh, it gets really wonky. It looks really bad. I guess because it can't really sample a nuanced pixel out of it, so you might not be able to see this on stream. Again, because the encoding is weird, but yeah, it's really checkerboardy now. It's very strange, so I guess that doesn't help. It was a good thought to try, though. But I think we definitely need... What if we do trilinear? Does that help at all? I mean, like, 3's greater than 2, right? So that should mean that it's better, right? Then that how that works? I don't know if this would make a lick of difference, but I'm curious. I don't know. It looks like the same results as bilinear. It doesn't look terrible, though. I don't know if it actually changed anything. Realistically, I think trilinear is more for polygons that are at an angle. I think it filters better for those kind of situations. I mean, this isn't terrible, for sure. This isn't bad. I'm curious to kind of split the difference, right? What if, where's DMG3? Here. Like just to add a little more thickness to one side. Like what would that do? So it's off balance, but it's not. But it's not like back at the 4 and 4. We can close that one now. No. I don't want to change nothing for that. Okay, we're already on the 3. I'm afraid that it might be a little strange because it's not even, but... Actually looks pretty good. It actually has a nice gap thickness, I feel. I don't know if you guys can really see it, so I'll zoom in for you. Oh, and let me get... damn it. There. So let me get to a spot where you can kind of see it a little better. Yeah, and I'll also paste this in chat in the general Discord. Okay, last attempt, Suki says, so let's try this one. Copy image. Right, then, is it still 64, 64? Oh no, it's bigger. It's bigger, okay. So what, 128? Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're darkening the other ones. Okay, so this is DMG4. Make a nice sprite of it. So let's sample like bright and dark. Like that might be the trick. Something like this, I guess. Okay, save and export, and I feel like we're close. Okay. Never stream, wrap, bilinear. You know what? Trilinear. 3's better than 2, right? That's how it works. It may not be, but... All files are not saved. Now they are. Okay. This is Suki's new one. It looks good at face value. There's still a little clustering, but it's not as egregious as it is in the other ones. Because what do I want to say? Because the color is not as bright. So that might have actually helped. Oh, let me go back to it. That might have actually helped. So now it's a matter of getting maybe better colors on the palette. It's certainly wait, how would you know what weapon you have equipped now? Hold on. This is actually very funny to see this like this. I think this is the best one so far. I think this was the best one. Let's see. I gotta debug myself up here because the jumping is bugged where you actually can't jump as far as you could. That's really funny. It's playable too, like you can kind of see what's going on, which is really cool. I guess you can't tell what charge level you are though by looking at just the color. I mean, there's different tells, so like the particles are a little faster, and the flashing patterns are different, but I don't know if they're different enough. Oh, excuse me. That's really interesting, though. That's really cool. That's actually really cool. Let's see. Do you think you need to darken the corner a little more? Let's see. Guesswork. The filter was trying to make a circle out of the 4x4 pixel structure. By adding dark pixels, trick the filter into thinking that there's no circle. I think, yeah, that's kind of the impression I was getting as well. Do you think it needs to be a little darker? I mean, we can do that for sure. Just to see what it looks like, right? Or do something like this. No, that wasn't as dramatic as I thought it was going to be. There, let's try that. Yeah, there's definitely something to that, because there's more of that color is getting grouped together in the corners because we shrunk these pixels, so it's going to sort of like, it's going to pull a big block of that color, and if it's bright, it's going to stand out. I think it looks like a circle kind of only as a case of happenstance. I'm not sure that it's intelligently trying to do that. I think it's just kind of just how it happens to go. Oh, we can close these. Make sure this is on 4, yeah. It's hard to tell the difference without seeing them side by side, but let's take a look. It definitely has lessened that effect even more. So I think that's pretty good. I'm going to paste this in general. Oh, we do have the other one in general still. So let's kind of like, if we can compare. Yeah, you definitely see that there's more cluster. Like when you've got it side by side, you definitely see that there's more like a netting effect that's been lessened in this one. These do look more square, for sure. You know, the other thing that's probably throwing it off is that it is being affected by the aspect ratio. So it is making the horizontal thinner or the vertical lines are thinner than the horizontal ones, and you know we can actually account for that. We can do something about that. 1, 2. This might make them look a little more square. 2. So we're kind of working against the aspect ratio in this way, like just manually correcting for it in the texture is what we're technically doing. There it is. Let's try that. I do think that the 4 is the best one so far. That does look a little more even. But let's see by how much. It's funny because the vertical almost looks thicker than the horizontal. They're definitely lighter than the horizontal ones. They tend to be darker, which is interesting. What I'm gonna do, did we pull it 2? We pulled in twice. So this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is 6. So let's just decrease it by 1. We'll pull them in 1 only instead of 2. And that might help fix the disparity. Come on. There we go. It's looking pretty good though at this point. Like, I wouldn't be necessarily disappointed with it. You know, we get to the point where we're like somewhat overanalyzing it. Yeah, that looks pretty alright. Alright, microscope it. Yeah, and these are a bit more even. These are a bit more even. It's still got a bit of that intersection grouping, but I wonder if there's something we can do about that further, you know? The other thing is that it might look different in 4K. So this might actually be like really apparent that it's kind of wonky if it's a little more clear. Yeah, I think the darker we make the corners, for sure, definitely fools it. I'm just trying to think if there's a way we can shape it a little more. Like, I don't, like, if you could get, like, just only a little bit on the corner, and then make these ones a little darker, even? Or even desaturated. And a little darker. I'm just kind of curious to see if that will, if like bending the shape around the corner might actually help a little, or if that's just gonna make it worse. I'm not really sure. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. Oh, what did I do? It didn't really seem to do much. It just might not be high resolution enough for it to make a huge difference. Yeah, it was worth a shot. So I'm gonna undo the pixels, but I will redo the color. I think that definitely helped a little, being slightly darker. Oh wait, did I? There. Okay. And Yeah, this is definitely the best I think we've gotten so far. I guess at this point I'd only be worried that it might start looking worse the higher resolution the image is. And that would be in a case of like having a 4K monitor, which, I mean, you're not going to see that on stream anyway, so it doesn't matter. I mean, I should be streaming in 1080, but also, again, the encoder is going to have a lot of fun trying to figure this out. So I don't know. Well, hold on. I don't know if it even looks all right while I'm playing it because there's like no way to see what you guys see at the moment. Let's see. Yeah. So maybe it just looks like an absolute nightmare mess on screen, and I don't know. But in person, it looks all right. I don't know if maybe like uploading a specific YouTube video about it might help. You know, after the fact, after the stream, just to kind of show it, but... Oh my god, could you imagine Blue Sky's terrible encoder just mauling this footage? I'm just gonna have to post a YouTube link, like, I don't even know if posting the video clip itself would do more damage to people thinking it sucks. I think we got it pretty good, though. I wouldn't be dissatisfied if a game had the Game Boy filter, quote unquote, and it was just basically what we have now. Definitely playable, for sure. The background and the foreground are light enough that you can kind of tell the difference. Mega Man's a little dark, but it's not too bad. You can still pretty much see what's going on. Very funny. And there's Mercury, back. He went all the way to Mega Man 7 style just to be put back into Game Boy colors. The poor bastard, he can't escape. Looks close to what I see when people play Game Boy games on Mister. Fair enough. You know, actually, that might be a good thing to look at, to see what, you know, if there's like an open source like shader for the Mister, to see what texture did they use and colors and stuff. And you know, if it's free to use, we could potentially use that as a resource. Back where he belongs. Yeah. You can't escape. That's very funny. Yeah, so, AJ, while you're still here, in order to get the blurry screen mess, would I have to save the previous render and like some like blended into it, or how would that actually work, you think? Would I have to save like multiple versions of the game render and then kind of like warp them together? That sounds like, if that is what you have to do, it sounds like in Blueprints that would be kind of a nightmare. I'm not sure if you could just make a render texture. Just the previous screen and then work between the last. Okay, that's even if we have to just hard code it and it's not very intelligent, that would still be an interesting test. So let's try that. Let's try that. I guess the only concern I would have in that case is that depending on your frame rate, it might look a little strange. The last render, we'll keep the warp info, so you only need the one. Okay. But that's true. Yeah, okay, maybe it would work with different frame rates then too. Okay, good thought, good thought. Let's try it. So let's see if we can automate this in any way possible. Can we create a new render target? So Game Boy blur render target. Oh, but that would be saving the whole screen, not just the Game Boy output though. So this might actually be trickier than maybe not. Actually, you know what? Because we're only reading the actual render of the Super Nintendo resolution render, that means it won't interfere with the filter mask too. So make the warp delta time dependent, and that should work for all frame rates. Okay. Where does the Game Boy output go? So let's see. I'll just step through it again, even just to remind myself. So there's the base material, and we send that to create a dynamic instance, and that gets saved. And then we tell it here, the final render target gets put here. But I guess what we want to do is make another parameter with another render target that will get a copy of last time or something. Because you can just copy it, right? You can just copy from render texture to render texture, but using the material. But I think we'll need a dynamic instance of that. Because you can just like material render to render target. There's something here that lets you do it. I forget what it's called though. Draw material to render target. That's it. So you choose the render target and you draw the material to it, but then the material will have to have the previous frame. Or, sorry, the current frame will get saved as the previous, and then so on and so forth, and that should work that way. So you kind of just saving it, and then using it, saving it, and then using it. This would probably be a lot more efficient if we had some kind of swap change, but yeah, so before we get too far ahead, let's see if we can actually just create a render target. I already have it here. Game Boy blur render, no, that, undo, okay. So then can we do render target, render target 2D. So can we just set this to something? Create object from class, spawn object, create, construct object from class, right? And then render texture, target. No, wait, I spelled it wrong. Render target. There's a lot of render targets, okay. Texture, render target 2D. I think that's what we want. And then we can just make that, right? No? Okay, what's this then? Make a local variable, just to see. Texture render target 2D. And this one's just render target 2D. I don't know. So what are these then? Where's my render targets? So what is this? This is a texture render target 2D. Okay, alright, that's what we want then. That's what we want. So texture render target 2D, and then set that. Did we just listen to this? Or was it a different version? I feel like we just listened to the stage select. Oh, I'll Red Rock, it's a good one. Yeah, and then we should be able to just like resize and we can get info from here. Let's see, scale. I guess every time that we change the scale, we're gonna be recreating this, which is okay, I suppose. Can you just copy the texture before and after drawing? Or alternate two targets? The alternating, I think, would be the tougher one to implement in this at this point. I think. Yeah, because we're not saving the output of this, so it makes it a little tougher. We'd have to render this twice and save it and be a little weird with it. So I think going this route might be the better way. Let's see, get the game scale all over and get game resolution. And I'm just gonna multiply these. Oh, we can't? Why not? Really? Okay, well, we'll fix that. Here, both X and Y are just gonna be that then. How about that? There you go. And... oh, well, then we gotta split it anyway. Yeah. X and Y. So yeah, when it reset, we can do this in a different update. We just want to create one, I think, for now. We'll just put this here, because we can resize this as much as we want. And that's going to go in the refresh screen properties. Oh, excuse me. So we want this one. We want to resize this. This is really spaghetti. Everybody out there, use this as an example for how not to structure your nodes, because this is terrible. No one should ever do this. That's better, I guess. And then something like this here. Yeah, okay. It's kind of ugly, but it's better than it was. Yeah, don't spaghetti like I do. We're only doing it quick and dirty like this because it's just prototyping. But then I would really seriously just go back and like clean all this up after. Make sure it's at least not as spaghetti as it could be. Okay, now we need to draw to this and then pass it into here as a second parameter. Because now that we got our final color, right? I'm sorry, no, we would do that before this part. We can make comments here, right? So this is scanline filter. Yeah, let's clean this up a little. Why are those not part of the comment box? I will never understand. Okay, that's better. So that's that. We need to intercept essentially, I guess we're doing this twice. Like a comment here too. Map to limited range. And then this is add Game Boy Color. So I think what we're gonna have to do is do 2 of these. So this is get grayscale from game screen. I think we gotta do 2 of these. We're gonna have a second screen texture, and we have to do this same process on the old one. And then here, at this point, we warp them. Actually, we could do it before that. We could do it before that. We could do it over here. God, we could even do it here. I bet we could do it here. That'll save us some instructions. Yeah, so let's just copy this and get grayscale from last game screen, and then it's just a warp here. I have no idea what the ratio should be for this, but let's see, this would be 0 would be closer to A. So we want probably 0.2 or 2.5. That'll give us 75% A and 25% B, I believe. Okay, so then we need a new screen texture. We need, what is this? Texture parameter? Texture object. Parameters, texture object parameter. I guess they're the same thing. And this will be previous game screen texture. Texture. Oh, well, we didn't use game on the other one, so previous screen texture. And use that one instead. Add it to the comment box. And that is a parameter. And we will have to use this thing, the Game Boy render target. So in initialize materials, oh god, this needs to be in the first. If this one's not first, then it'll blow up. So insert execution pin before. Yeah, we're moving this boy up. And removing the last one. Yeah, I think this will work. This might not give us the best result, but I think it'll work. So Game Boy border render target, let's see, for Game Boy here. And we want previous render screen. And then we're not doing that one, we're gonna do Game Boy, get Game Boy border render target, or render texture. Okay, and so that sets us up. Now, because that's just gonna be a black or transparent one, this will either darken the screen or like have no effect. So let's just find out. Let's see how this works. I just want to prove that, you know, it's actually doing something. Is it doing anything? It's a little darker, I think. So it's probably, it's holding black, a solid black texture. So what we need to do now is every time that the screen updates, we need to make this use the previous one. So do we have an event for that? So this is my class that controls the the viewport scaling and all that stuff. So where's all the events? Are they at the top? Did I miss them? Oh, here's the 3 of them. Screen properties changed, resolution changed, and ratio. We might have to add one more event that's like, hey, processing for the scaling is all done. So let's do that. F on game screen, or post game screen scaling signature. And I think we only need one parameter because we can ask for the texture. We don't need to send it. We can ask for it. Okay, and here's all 3 of those. I'm just gonna copy that. So we take the signature and the F off. Post game screen scaling. Okay, and now we need to implement this in, because there is a function that controls this. I mean, obviously, there's got to be something that's doing the processing, right? I'm not sure which one it is, though. So that's the scaling stuff. Here's the render textures. Get scaled, game screen material, inits materials, render. Oh, it's probably somewhere in here. Init set, update render. Oh, that's size. Scale scene capture. Here it is. Okay, yeah, and here it is. So when you draw material to render target, that's what this material is, what scales it. So then if is bound, meaning anything's connected to it, then we want to broadcast, and we're only sending a reference to ourselves. Okay. Just in case anything blows up while we recompile here. Sometimes when you add or remove view properties, things get a little weird. Okay, no errors, but we'll see. Sometimes there's no errors, but then it still gets a little wacky. So we want to make a new function for this then. Post game screen scale. And I suppose we don't. Oh, we can pass the subsystem. I'm not sure if we need to, because we can just pull a reference to it from anywhere. Yeah, okay. Then we need to attach this now. So here, when the game starts, basically, these are the steps that it takes. So we'll do it here. Actually, you know what? This is a good AJ, just to hear. Sometimes when I drag out, and this has only happened recently, sometimes when I just drag out a node, like or something off an execution pin, I get this, like randomly. I don't know why. I don't know what it could possibly be going wrong here. I don't know if it's something that I caused to happen or if it's just some goofy thing with 5.4. But like the target array pin is null and it's not liking that. I'm actually not sure what it's trying to do, if it's building the window with all the options or something. It's just kind of goofy. I really don't know what's that. And you can bypass it. It doesn't crash or anything. But it's really strange that it does that. Yeah, so we just have to copy this. I don't know if copying that node makes it pull another instance or something, but I don't want spaghetti everywhere. And it is only happening on construction, so it's not that huge a deal. What was it? We want assign post screen scaling event, and that will call our post screen scaling. So very simple, just kind of pass it on through. And now we will get a callback every time that this happens. And then we need the render target. And I wonder if we could just straight up copy? No. Duplicate asset. No, I don't think so. You could probably do it in C++, but I'm not going to screw around with that. So we're going to have to make another material dynamic instance. Which is a pain, but that's fine. Dynamic material, Game Boy, copy last frame. It's just gonna have a really big, long, and what's this? Wait, what's wrong here? What's wrong? Unable to determine expected signature. Is delegate connected? Okay, we're restarting the editor. This is what I mean about things getting goofy when you compile C++. I have a feeling it's just an editor needs to restart issue. When things don't make sense, restart the editor. Rule of thumb. Oh, Suki sent a link about the video filters. Okay, I'll definitely have to read this. Oh yeah, well, they had a nice Game Boy one. They do have a nice Game Boy one. As I'm just waiting for this to, I'm reading the article while I'm waiting for that to come back. Yeah, here, I'm just to show you the sample image that they have. Look, they've got the weird circling too on theirs. But it doesn't look bad from a distance. It actually looks okay. Yeah, theirs is definitely interpolating a little bit. You can see that each junction here is slightly colored differently. That's to be expected, though. Yeah, I guess that's just kind of how it goes. So then it would just be a matter of knowing, like, what what filter they actually used. We can definitely source these colors though. But it does look pretty similar to what we had going on. I think that the gaps between the pixels are a little bigger than ours. Or it could just be the brightness of the colors. Well, here, let's update ours. And I'm gonna put the corners on a separate layer. And then so we'll make... Okay, so we got the corners, and then the frame is going to be without the corners. And since they don't use the corners, for right now, we're not going to use the corners. And then we will basically just copy the colors here. Let's close that. Okay, darkest is much different than ours. Much different. Oh, wait. I gotta make it RGB color, or it's not gonna pull the right ones. Yeah, there we go. The whole thing is much lighter in general than we had. Now, hold on a minute. Dark, semi-dark. Wait, are there 5 colors? Hold up. Because there's like this olive color, right? These are like 2 middle shades, and this is the light shade. But then there's... Oh, maybe it's just a trick. Maybe it just looks different. I think it just looks different because when it's surrounded by this, it looks like a different shade, right? So this is whatever that is. Yeah, it's the same color. Okay, no, it's just tricking me. Right, because this is the lightest. Lightest. Second lightest. First darks. Second dark. Yeah, okay. They just look different when they're surrounded by other colors, which is interesting. But yeah, it's just playing with my head here. Okay. So there are only, I guess, only 4 colors, right? Right, that makes sense. Or not? No. I think it's just an optical illusion. Because, like, these don't look the same as these, but I think they're exactly the same. Yeah, when you get close up, they're the same. And then this is the darkest. The only darkest, because this is the same as this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's just an optical illusion. It's throwing me. Okay, so... And did we... make sure that we're actually exporting that? So I'm going to try it first without the corners, just to see what happens. And then we'll continue making the border filter in a minute, but I do want to just see what it looks like. It's going to be way more washed out than we had it, I think. Oh god, yeah. Way more washed out. I think part of that is because we're not getting to the true black because of the kind of filtering that we did. You know what I think we need to do? I think we need to make in between shades. And that way we can kind of scale it a little darker. So what I mean by that, and I'm just going to make a copy of this. We have to make this like bigger and then spread it out. We're basically doing this to it. And that way we can take this and make it a little darker to kind of push things into that range so that we do get this darker look. Because our colors are kind of not really reaching the full version of that color. And then this, I think I can actually cheat this. Yeah, and then under here, we'll do this, but the filter is going to go the other way, or something like that. You know what? Hold on. Damn it! Deselect. I want to go this way with it, I think. And if I make this at like 50%, it'll fill in the other shades for me. I don't have to worry about it. Then the only one I have to create manually left is this one, because there's nothing here. Wait, is there something on the filter layer for that? There is. But I'm gonna just manually fill that one in. And make it just a little brighter. It won't really get to that point so much, because again, it will stop at like the ends here. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. So if we do that, I did export it, right? If we do that, we'll get a little bit darker and lighter on the ends, and that might help even it out a little bit. Now I might have to adjust the math. Man, I have too many damn windows open. I'll have to adjust the math a little bit. These ones we want to clamp. Never stream. Yeah. And forced by linear. And then, oh, we declosed our material. So here's the palette. So we want Game Boy Palette 2. Yeah, the remap to limited range. I don't know if I can just do this here. Yeah. I think it would be 1 minus that. Yeah, I think that's right. So this might give us a bit more balanced color now. Yeah. Yeah. It does. It's still got that washed outness to it that we saw in the Mister capture, but it's definitely got more. There needs to be more gaps between the pixels, though, for sure. But yeah, it's got that wash outness, but it's still got a little more definition in the darker colors now, which is good. Okay. I do want to create a little more space on this one. And try to get a little closer to that gapped look. I feel like the Mister has more defined lines, so I think they gap it even harder. You know what? Let's go 2 in. Oh, hold on. There. And then 1 on the sides, because the sides are... The sides are stretched a little. That's definitely a little closer. But there's still clearly a bigger gap between them on the Mister. So I'm gonna do another 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1. And yeah. We still are using the 4, right? Just to be sure that I'm not imagining. Yeah, we're still using 4. Okay. Oh, my F3. Normal 3. Oh, that's a little closer. Yeah, that's much closer to the Mister. Oh man, it still looks like shh. I mean, it's supposed to, but man. That's also remember the graphics are not made for this too, so it is a little. It is a little goofier. What? Caught. I feel like we need to skew things a little wider in general, but I'll save that for later. I want to see, because I think the blur is going to be more exciting here. I want to see if we can get the blur working before I go. But I've been feeling pretty good, but it is starting to wear down. Where's the viewport? Oh, here it is. Okay, so we were in the middle of this. So we need one more dynamic material. Material. Oh, this is material instance dynamic. Yeah. So we need to initialize that in our material initializations. Yeah. Tongue-tied again with the stupid error. Get out of here. Okay. Okay, so the base material we want here is the what was it? The copy? What was it called? The viewport frame draw to target. That'll get us a clean one from one to the other. And we want to set the screen texture to, let's see. We want to copy the screen texture to the old one. So the current screen texture, which is this, will get copied to the old one. So I think that's all we need to do there. And then when we actually do it, we take this dynamic instance and draw material to render target, which is this one, our blur. And now this presents a problem. Because this is before, this is after scaling. This is after scaling. So this is just going to get us the current one again. But we need to save the current into the previous, but kind of after the fact. But this will update every time before we even get to rendering it. So how can we delay that? Oh, from VRAM, the actual palettes? That's funny. I'm going to assume they're the same as the picture, but... Oh no, that's a bit more defined. That palette's a bit more defined. It's not quite as washed out. That's interesting. Well, we'll screw with the colors later. I know what we have to do. I have to make one more callback. I'm gonna keep this post-game screen scale because we might want to actually do something with that at some point, but that is the wrong time to do this. We need to do this after the viewport has finished. Excuse me. After the viewport has finished doing its thing. However, those are typically not accessible in blueprints, so we will have to make a pass-through for that. And I know exactly where to do it. In my viewport callback subsystem. So here, first we got to figure out which one. There's a begin draw, right? So on end draw. On drawn? I guess on end draw makes sense. Yeah, please create decoration, thank you. Okay. And we need the handle for it. And on cleanup, actually I don't know. I don't think we do anything on. Yeah, because when the subsystem gets deconstructed, the viewport is already gone. So I assume that whatever events we hooked into the viewport are just cleaned up on the viewport's end, and we do not have to take them out. Because I remember checking to get the viewport, and it returned nothing because it couldn't get the viewport instance. On there's initialize and deinitialize. It was on the deinitialization that this becomes invalid, so I don't think we have to actually clean that up, but we'll keep the handle just in case. I guess it'd be proper about it. Yeah, and then this is on end draw. On end draw, end draw. Okay, and now we have so now we have on and oh, here they are. On post render signature. And then on post render. And who knows what that's good for. Maybe this might be the only thing we ever use it with. And that should be it. We're gonna save just in case. Okay, everything is saved. All right, we'll try it. Mr. probably uses the same palette as registered in Wikipedia, but also adds some gamma and saturation. Oh, okay. I get you. I get you. That makes sense. Yeah, this one, I might restart the editor anyway, because when I change something in my base plugin here, this Unreal Engine Plus, almost everything depends on that, so it has to recompile all the plugins. And it says succeeded, but sometimes it still gets goofy, so I'm gonna err on the side of caution, and we're gonna restart the editor. Because I've had a lot of trouble doing that. Recompiling that many plugins all at once usually causes a problem. I think in our case, the problem is more so that there's a mismatch between the color range, like the contrast range of the graphics. So on Game Boy, usually things are drawn lighter. Like, they don't have as much detail, right? So, like you see here, there's a lot of bright because they just use white, a lot of white, and a lot of light colors. But our graphics don't do that. They've got a more robust contrast scale. So I think we need to artificially make these ones lighter. Maybe even all down to here. Like, kind of almost like do this to them. And bump them up. Here, let me just, I'm gonna merge that down. Literally, like, just pull the whole scale downward. And then make an extra light version of this. Wow, you can't even like tell the difference that, whoop. I guess I have to make it a lot lighter. And do something like that. I have a feeling that that's what it's gonna take, because we gotta kind of shift our higher contrast, darker graphics and artificially make them lighter. And the way to do that would just be to lighten that range until it gets lighter. Yeah, so Unreal came back. Yes, we want to open everything we had before. Okay, we're gonna change this to post game render. And we are actually going to remove this viewport callback subsystem and on post render. And now we're cooking. That's what we needed, because this is gonna save, because before it was just going to give us the same image for the last one for the new one, but now we're gonna save this for next time, and it's not gonna update until after we render everything. So theoretically, Game Boy Blur render target should be ready to get used. And let's see. Oh, it's here. Game Boy Blur render target. Is it already set then? Hold on. Let's go back, make sure we got this right. Game Boy Blur renders. Okay, yeah, it might actually be ready to work. I feel like there's something I'm missing, but we'll figure it out as we go. All right, so let's see what the current results are. Absolute pea soup bowl. I don't see any blurring though, so well, like AJ said, we might have to apply some kind of time scaling to it. However, the contrast problem has gotten better. Mega Man is brighter now, and there's more contrast between him and the background, so I think that overall has worked. Now, as whether or not the blur is working, I'm not sure. I think the only way we can really tell that is if we do something like crank up the effect. So it's like 0.75 of the old frame, or like half and half, right? Like half and half. Should be really blurry, right? I don't know. I don't see blur, so something might not be working correctly. I don't see blur. Crank up that blur. Put on the trunk goggles. I think we've got some sort of malfunction somewhere, because I mean, maybe it is blurring, but man, I don't see it. I don't see it. It doesn't look like it's blurring to me. I mean, we can... Max FPS. How do we... Do I do tab? Oh yeah, max FPS. I'm gonna make it 30 FPS. Like, that'll be way more apparent if it's blurry, right? I do not see blur. I do not think it's blurring. I do not think it's blurring. We can remove that temporarily and compare, but I don't think it's blurring. Eyes are starting to bug me. Click. Okay. No, I don't think so. I don't think it's blurring. I think it would be way more noticeable, even at a higher FPS, but I turned it to 30 FPS just to see, and I don't think it's blurring. I just don't think it's blurring, because you would see much more blurring around Mega Man, I think. Alright, first let's check the material. Previous screen texture. Let's make sure that's actually what we're setting it to, because maybe we're not doing it right. Previous screen texture. Okay. Game Boy Blur render target. Game Boy Blur render target gets created here. I don't think it's being sized. I think that's the problem. It needs to get the proper sizing, but I don't think it's doing that. Oh wait, no, yes it is. Damn it. No, it's getting the proper size. Yeah. So we're multiplying the game resolution by the X and Y, or by the scale. So it should be 5x times the game resolution. And it's going to truncate because it's going to a render texture. Which is essentially what the C++ code should be doing behind the scenes as well. So just to check. There should be like update render target scaled, and yeah, we're getting the game resolution and we're multiplying by, well, the interpolation takes place on two different axes, but essentially we're doing this, and then we resize to that. Okay, so the math should be correct. The math on here should be correct. Yeah, I know, it's like, I'm not sure if it's just blurring a little bit, but you figure you should be able to see it more though, you know? I don't know. Like, there's always a little motion, like natural motion blur from the LCD screens and the video that you're watching, but I don't think it's presenting enough to make that difference. Only show the last frame. What does it look like? Oh, you know what we could do? You know what we could do? Let's be goofy about this. Yeah, we'll definitely know if this works or not. Let's do this. Let's warp it after the Game Boy Color has been applied. And what that'll do is, let's see, that goes to B. And then this one goes to A. Yeah. This, we will see half the Game Boy Color is missing. Because it'll be warping with the actual original render colors from the original screen. If this does not show something, then we know something's broken in the math somewhere. Okay, yeah, something's not quite working here. Something not quite working. I know what it is. I know what it is. I was dumb. I did not finish that callback, did I? That's what it was. I think I never called the callback. I think I made... Yeah, on end draw. Yeah, I never called the callback. Okay, I'm sorry. That's me. It's all on me. On end draw. Now, what did we call it? On post render. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Events don't work until you broadcast them. Funny enough. Okay, now we're gonna get something goofy, I think. Oh, yeah, okay, we definitely got something goofy. We got something goofy. Well, the texture's not getting updated. That's for sure. Alright, let's see. What do we have to do for that? Well, we can undo that goofy math for sure. Now that works. That's very funny. Yeah, so I just was not broadcasting the event because I'm a goober. Okay. Save that. Okay. We might have a problem when we initialize the material. So the Game Boy, we construct a render target. And then at the bottom here... Oh, you know what? This actually has a different name. That's why. This one has a different name. It's actually this one. The render target system will tell you which one to use for its own materials. And this probably will work. I'll be honest, I don't see the blur. I don't see the blur. I don't know. Well, we don't got the weird texture anymore. I don't know. It doesn't look blurry. And we're still running 30 FPS. It should be like super blurry, right? Alright. I'm going to undo or redo what we did here. And let's see if we get something that really, really tells us if we're getting that warp. I don't know. Does it look different? We should be seeing half color, I think. But I don't get the impression that that's what's going on. Put something in constant movement on the screen and take a screenshot. Oh! Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Just looking at it, I don't think so. It doesn't look blurred to me. Wait, am I doing the underscale or the over? Or I didn't full screen it, so it might have been a bad sample. It does not look blurred to me. Like, these pixels are the same color, which they should be. One should be like black or something. Man, I don't know. Now, you'd think that it would. But right now, it should be giving me a really goofy look to it. Because I'm bypassing the Game Boy render part. Previous screen texture. Previous screen. Let's just double check we've got everything. Game Boy render target. Game Boy Boy render target. Previous screen texture. And this is on the Game Boy base. Yep, that's the Game Boy material. Final render target, that one. Okay, and then the copy one. We're using the game screen property name. That's what this one uses because it is also using the draw to target. And that's the draw to target. Which makes sense because before, when we didn't do that, right? We saw the default texture, which was the viewport icon. So we know it's working to some degree. But, it is drawing that, but it may not be getting the right texture now. I love Big O. I just saw it in the camera, and I'm like, oh yeah, Big O's on. So this is definitely getting the texture that we're assigning here. Wait. Are we just not using the right one? I think we're just not using the right one. Hold on. No, that might have been my mistake. I think I was assigning the wrong one. The Game Boy Blur render target. That's the one we want in there, right? It might have been my bad. I might have been sending the wrong texture. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's blurry? I don't know. Oh, you know what? We're doing it after the Game Boy part. Like, do we see kind of like color, partial color here? Hold on, because yeah, I remember I did change this. What I need to do is go back to using this, and close that off. So that could be why. I don't know. I don't know if it's blurring enough. But it's also not retaining this blur from the previous, so maybe it's just not enough? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't see any blur. Okay. We want to get cheeky. Hold on. Want to get cheeky? T max FPS 10. Yeah, look at that thing drop. If we don't see blur now, there's no blur. And I don't think there's any blur. I think something's wrong still. I don't see any blur. you should see a lot of blending around the high contrast areas, but I don't see it. Like this should be like half as light as the next one, but I don't see it. So, okay, well, let's double check the code then. Event graph on post render, post game render. We are drawing to Game Boy render target, the dynamic copy, Game Boy copy, dynamic material, Game Boy copy last frame. And that is being dynamic material, Game Boy copy last frame is setting. No, this is wrong. This is wrong. This should be final render, because we want to copy the image of the render that we were using. We want to copy, this is copying game screen. This thing copies game screen to the previous, or, you know, the last game screen. Maybe it'll work now? I don't know. No, it still doesn't work. So, I don't know. Also, it should be done after the Game Boy vacation, or it won't. No, yeah, that part is not going to be easy to do, because the Game Boy vacation only happens to this quad. The render itself, we can't get the result of this. We'd have to render it twice, I think. I mean, we could do that, I guess. We'd be rendering it twice, though, which is kind of wasteful, but maybe that's what we have to do. Okay, well. Well, we could do that. We could do that. Dynamic material Game Boy, I think it would be. I think that's what would do it. But I think there's still another problem somewhere. Yeah, it's still not working. Something's not right. Okay. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you should definitely see it. It's just not working for some reason. Damn it. Oh, the frame rate's so low that me rapid firing was actually charging. Yeah, if you don't see a border on this, it is not happening. There is nothing. So something else is wrong here. Okay, just for my own sanity, is this thing even getting called? Damn it. Fuck, I hate that. Stupid error. Print text. I'm just gonna say post. And we'll do 0.01, something like that. Don't need to print the log. Okay, are we doing post? Okay, that thing's not even getting called. As far as I can tell. Oh no, there it is. Nope, my bad. There it is, post. So this is getting called. Draw material to render target. This is the render target. And the material. Yeah. Draw material to render target. Yet it's not. Try 0.999 border. Well, you should see it would half and half. Like, oh wait, am I stupid? I'm stupid. No, it's here. It's hooked up. I was gonna say that maybe I disconnected something, didn't use it. I don't know, maybe it's getting confused that those two routes are there? I don't know. No, but it's connected here where it should be to get the proper effect. But we're not seeing... We're just not seeing it. Okay, so just for my own sanity, I'm gonna reconnect this one because I want to see that it's malfunctioning, if that makes sense. I want to see half Game Boy and half like normal color. Oh, and you know what? We just do that. And then we'll get the full color image. If we see the full color image, we know at least something's coming through. But we don't. We don't. So what's going on here? Right? Because this is getting the grayscale. But what if we just literally got... Oh, damn it. What if we just literally got the RGB here? I'm gonna pull this down so it's kind of out of the way. And just kind of bypass the whole thing here. So this is the grayscale. But what if we just pull the full color image and warp that into the thing? So it'll be half Game Boy colors and half full colors, right? That's what I want to see. I want to make it malfunction on purpose to prove that we're getting something, anything in there, but it doesn't look like it's doing. So here, and we will prove it by I'm going to disconnect this node so that the texture never gets updated on this. In which case it should fall back to that icon texture. And if we see color come in... Oh, we don't get nothing. Interesting. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I pulled the pen on the wrong one. I pulled the pen off the wrong one. My bad. Let's see, Game Boy bar render texture. Render target. No, man. Yeah, this should be what breaks it. This should be what breaks it, but we're not seeing that. Right? Copy last frame. Yeah, there's a malfunction somewhere. Okay, I'm going to just directly put something goofy in here. Hey, a smiley face! There we go. If we don't see a smiley face, I'm gonna like just pull my hair out. Okay, no, that worked. Okay. We definitely have something's not drawing correctly. Oh no, the code for the Mister is not going to be the same thing as Unreal. It's going to be different. Yeah, the texture doesn't seem to be updating. I don't know if I can view it in the editor. I don't know if I can view it in the editor at all. So here, where is this thing even initialized? Up here, right? Yeah, Game Boy render target. Class texture render target 2D. It makes me wonder, like, does this thing even have a size at this point? Or do we have to do something to set it up? Like, what would this thing even be at this point, right? Let me just resize to Because it's going to get resized anyway, right? But let's just set it to something before it gets past here, because it's possible that it's reading this as an invalid like texture when it tries to set it. Okay, and this one, it should be going. It's not doing what I'm expecting. Okay, what if we just set this explicitly to the goober face? We'll whittle it down one at a time here. Alright, that's definitely not working. This is the problem here. Something here is not going. Okay, what do we got? I'm just going to copy the name here and explicitly set it. Just going to cover all my bases here. Okay, nope, that definitely doesn't work. So that either means that this is, or this could not be the problem too, right? Create dynamic material instance, transient. Okay, copy the last frame. So we want to copy the current render target, which should be done after the render. So it should be the frame that just got done rendering that gets copied into here. Oh, we moved it. Well, we tried to, I guess we tried to get it to malfunction by, or not malfunction, but we tried to get it, the Game Boy effect along with it. Okay, let's see. Let me repair that connection. Oh, okay, we got it. I don't know what fixed it, but we got it. See, now it's half color. It's half color now. I don't see blur though. But it is half color now. So that proves that we're getting something coming in. So does that mean if I use this, we shouldn't get half color, we should get full Game Boy Color. And it's blurring, right? Isn't it working? Or am I imagining things? It looks blurry to me. Yeah, that shit looks blurry to me. Oh yeah, it works. Oh, it hella works. Okay, yeah. All right, it's working. I don't know what I did to fix it, but I did it. It did it. Yeah, it's hella boring now, especially when you jump. Oh my god. Yeah, shitty Game Boy blurring bullshit. Okay, so now we have to turn the FPS back. I'm gonna make it full speed again. Okay, the boring's not as apparent now. I guess if we crank it to 75%, it'll be a little better. But again, like what AJ said, it's possible that the time factor might not be correct. So I guess we didn't need this other material. But I'm just gonna keep it around. So now that we crank the FPS up, I'm just gonna kind of hard code this. Oh, we're bypassing. Yeah, we do want to bypass all this bullshit now. We actually don't need to do all of this now. We can just directly go straight to it. That's normal. So get last Game Boy material render, and we just go directly into it. I feel like if we crank this up like to like let's just do like 0.9, right? It should be pulling towards B farther. Yeah, because this is our new Game Boy render. We add the Game Boy Color, and that's... I'm gonna add this to this part. What the heck happened there? What in the... Okay. I like to keep points on the inside here. They almost act like constant entry and exit points. Because then it makes the comment almost function like a function. And in that way, you can kind of like group it a little easier. Yeah, merge with previous Game Boy render. Okay. And then what I would do here is put this like here. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. And then we can move all this out and sandwich this in. And then we have an out node. Man, I love the Mega Man 8 stage select. I think it might actually be the best one in the entire series. It is so good. Okay, and then it goes to the scanline filter, which is spaghetti garbage, but we'll, let's see, do I have to do this wackiness now? Oh yeah, to recombine it with the alpha of 1. I have to make the alpha 1, so I guess I do have to do that. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I think we cleaned it up now. We cranked up the blur. But again, with delta time, I'm not sure if it's... Oh, it is definitely blurry. Oh yeah, yeah, it's definitely blurry. So I feel like the amount of blur could be tied to delta time somehow. But I'm not sure what that mixture would look like. Oh, it is disgusting though. It is disgustingly like bad to play in now. It's really bad. But I'll be honest, having been there when these Game Boys were a thing, they were this bad. They absolutely were this bad. If not possibly worse. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad, but it's so accurate. This is awful. It's so bad though. I can't see anything. I'll be honest, I can barely see anything either. I guarantee the encoder is having a field day trying to just render this. There we go, shitty ass Game Boy diarrhea filter. We got it. We got the diarrhea filter. Holy shit, it's so bad. It's so bad, but it makes it so good. Yeah, whatever processing power this is soaking up, it's absolutely worth it. I don't care that it's doing a double render. This is absolutely worth it. Incredible. It's so accurately bad. Oh my god. Oof. It's actually hard to look at, but I guess that's how you know it's legit. We did it. We ported back to the Game Boy. I'll be honest, I think the ghosting on an actual Game Boy is even worse than this, if you can believe it. This actually doesn't look as bad as I remember in some cases. But that's also why they had really high contrast graphics on the Game Boy to kind of combat that. So even if we did make the blur more accurate, it would actually make the game less playable because the graphics that we're using are just not suited for that kind of screen. Like, it would just really not be made for it, if that makes sense. It's pretty good, though. Can we test it without the DMG effect? I mean, without the blur? No way this is what it was like. Oh no, I guarantee you. 100%, this is it might have actually been worse than this. Now you could dial up the contrast on Game Boy games to kind of tune it to the game itself, and we don't have that. But it was really this bad, if not worse than this. I shit you not. Like, back in the day, you'd think now, you're like, there's no way, how would the Game Boy have caught on if it was this bad? But for whatever reason, we just dealt with it. It was all we had, it was fine. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Game Gear didn't take off more than it did, because it did not have the ghosting the Game Boy did. It was not like this. But again, this is still slightly misrepresented because it's not as high contrast as a Game Boy would be. Because like here, you look at oh, where was it? I lost it. Hold on. Here's the thing. The reason it was better, because the high contrast here, like, it's really light on the inside. You would see kind of like a blur mostly like on the very dark parts. And it would, because it was so dark on such a light background, it kind of helped you see the outline moving, if that makes any sense. So like, the blur was as bad as you see in the demo here, but in a way that they sort of mitigated it by the graphics that they drew, if that makes sense. I think the simulated blur is stacked with the encoder blur for us. Oh yeah. Well, it might. Okay, so it might be worse for you guys when you're looking at it. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. So what I'm gonna do, I will upload footage to YouTube of the, like a more direct, high quality capture, and then you'll get to probably see it for what it was. Take a screenshot of the blur? I will try. Yeah, if you guys are not in the Discord, that's where I'm posting these, so... Whoop. Oh, I refreshed the thing. Whew, oh my god. Oh, it's bad. Oh. I hit a button here that screws the controls up there. I'll take a full true. Oh, what happened? I think that was a tab thing. Uh-oh. Did it break it? Where is it? Unreal, where are you? Was it recompiling? What happened? Uh-oh. Did it blow it up? Oh, Unreal's dead. Okay, Unreal's dead. Hold on. I press some kind of keyboard combination that it did not like, apparently. and it just blew up, so I'll take that screenshot. It's just gonna take a minute here. We'll watch Big O in the meantime. Oh, it went to the other screen. That's very funny. It went to the CRT. I got the CRT hooked up to the computer, if you didn't know. Does it show? It shows. Yeah. We're gonna say yes to that. Most of the time, I would like to use, like, the laptop, the old crappy laptop I have, so that it won't interfere. I won't have to worry about moving shit over to that monitor, but it's not working right now, so I had to connect it to the main computer. In some ways, that's more handy. In other ways, it's more of a problem. Thank you for malfunctioning again. Comments. Okay. There. Alright. So, I need to take a screenshot of the board. I just want to make sure nothing got screwed up because of the crash. That looks alright. I kind of wonder if it would be even better if it was a 0.8 instead of 0.9. I kind of like if you start getting closer to after 50%, I kind of wonder if it actually starts to diminish the effect again. Or something like that. Like it could potentially be stronger if it's not full, because then you're kind of only getting one image. I don't know, but I guess you're getting most of the past image? I'm not sure. Okay. Full screen, get to the level, and okay, there we go. Oh yeah, you got like multiple feet and everything. Incredible. Okay, so pop out of that. New. Okay, yep. And it's going in the general for the Discord server. For the gameplay filter function, add an options menu where we can set up the DMG features we want and individually toggle them, just in case some of us want the palette and motion board but not the dot matrix. Yeah, that should be possible. Or wanting the palette and dot matrix but not the motion board. That should be possible, yeah. I think I'd have to make two separate materials. I don't know what will happen if I were to just clear this field. Oh, it will give me an error. Okay. I think you can make a branch here. So if you just wanted to completely bypass this to the full color, that would bypass the dot matrix, I think. Just kind of curious as to what that would look like. Oh no, it did not bypass the dot matrix. Not sure why, honestly. Did I not save it? I did not save it, that's why. Okay, I'll explain that. Yeah, here we go. So here's the colors. The color and the border without the dot matrix. Well, hold on, I'm caught in my own wire. Alright. Ooh, that's a little more tolerable. You can kind of see the blur better without the dot matrix. I am sure the encoder is having a lovely time trying to figure this out too. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we had fun with materials today. How about that? Oh my god. Yeah, this is a little better. This is definitely a little better. It's almost trippy. It's kind of hard to dodge some of the objects because of the blur. The trash objects are not very high contrast, so they're a little hard to see, for sure. Yeah, like watch him. I can't actually take damage, so when I'm playing, I'm just kind of pretending to avoid stuff. But yeah, those are hard to see on the black background. It's kind of interesting. Oh yeah, if you're ever wondering, this is just completely as a whole. I had to do that so that the crates would despawn, because this doesn't actually hurt them or you. And this is actually just a hole in the wall. And the conveyor belt actually physically stretches all the way. This was kind of like a quick and dirty room. I just wanted to see if the concept worked of having Tamp here, because the idea is to add a new room where Tamp would be here, and it's like hard to dodge him because there's stuff going on. And then Tamp would be able to smash the crates too, so if he lands on one, he's supposed to go through it. And then the room would be like double size of this. Oop, I fell out of the room. Because we want to add some new sections, and I thought that Tamp was kind of underutilized in that way. And I don't know if it was Tim or me that came up with the idea, but we edited that room to do that, and was like, oh yeah, that actually kind of works. You can really see the trail off the Buster shots. If you guys are seeing it like I'm seeing it, you can really see the blur after the Buster shot. It looks right. You know what? I get a feeling that it's blending more than 2 frames. Oh, it is. Oh, absolutely. Because we're taking the output of the last Game Boy and putting it into the new one over and over again. So we did figure that out. So you're going to see kind of a history of it going all the way, back. It's just re-rendering on top of itself. It's kind of like in Kingdom Hearts, when you kill a boss in Kingdom Hearts, and it keeps redrawing to the same texture, essentially. That's kind of what it's doing here. So you're gonna see that cool, like, fading effect on it. Yeah. It actually looks blurrier to some degree with the dot matrix off. Oh yeah, one thing we gotta do is because this might help it, we have to turn the corners back on for the dot matrix filter. That doesn't look right. Were the corners really only that big? I thought the corners were bigger than that. I think they were. I think it's because we kept stretching. Oh, hold on. Because we kept stretching the texture, we weren't stretching the corners. Yeah. So let's do that. We'll get the corners filled in again. Viewport frame here, and then reconnect this to here. Let's see, did we bypass anything? Okay, no, we're good. I think. Yeah. Yeah, the border just doesn't look as apparent on the dot matrix. There's something about it just... It's got to be an optical illusion. Because I can see the trail, but it just doesn't come off as hard. It's kind of weird, like scan lines give such a weird optical illusion when they're over top of pixel art, and the dot matrix is no exception to that. It does make the image look lighter, but that's just an artificial sensation to it. It's not real. Yeah, I think it was pretty authentic in a way. You know, you're always going to have like different monitors are going to have different colorizations and color profiles and color grading, but as far as like, you know, not having the damn thing in front of me to double check against, it does look pretty much how I remember it, but it just looks a little more washed out. I remember the actual DMG being a bit higher contrast. But again, that's also a problem with our graphics not being Game Boy, drawn for Game Boy. They're drawn for full color. And they're a lot darker, I think, in general than the original Game Boy stuff. So you are going to get some kind of weird artificial look to it just based on that. But yeah, so how about that Game Boy filter? If you want the game to look like shit, then turn on that Game Boy filter and smear diarrhea all over that screen. That's the real shit. This is what we had to deal with back in the day. Can you believe it? I swear to God, like it... I don't know what you guys see exactly, but this really does feel like it's a better quality picture than the original Game Boy. And that's really sad because it's objectively terrible. But I think it was even worse on an actual Game Boy somehow. Well, I'm gonna do the unthinkable. What if we do like 99% previous render? Is it going to be unimaginably bad, or... Oh god, oh my god! Oh Jesus! Oh... Something about it looks a little extra washed out though to me, which is kind of strange. I don't know why that is. Oh my god, oh this is unplayable. Oh my god, I don't even know if you guys are seeing anything. Oh, it's so bad. But it's also really washed out for some reason. Like it... I don't know, I'm not sure why that's happening. Is it because the initial render doesn't have one? You know, actually, it actually could be a glitch. In the fact that this never gets called right away. Maybe we have to call this right after the materials initialize. But there's no target though. I got an idea. And it is going to use something that we were going to use and then we didn't need anymore. but we do need it now. And it's this. Oh, not this one. Sorry. We made a different one. Let's see. It's this one. On post game screen scaling. Oh, I'll just leave this one here. And we will copy it, and we will say if it is the first render, then we do the copy. And then set the stupid exception. Get out of here. Set first render to false. This way it will put one render immediately, but only once. That should fix it, maybe? Oh god, no, it's terrible still. I don't know. But you see, the contrast got worse automatically without even doing anything. You shouldn't be doing that, though. At least I don't think. No, there's something weird about it. So it's not the fact that the render didn't have anything in it the first time. But it seems the higher that we do this, so if I do like 0.2, right? The contrast is way higher. Yeah, contrast is way higher now. There's almost no blur, but damn it. I hate that. One of these keys on the keyboard just makes you lose control, and I don't know why. Yeah, so it's definitely not nearly as much delay or like blur, but the contrast is higher for some reason. So there's some relationship. There's some relationship between. Yeah, there's some relationship between. Is this doing what I think it's doing? Yeah. Oh, wait. Wait, is that... No, that should work. This should work. But would it? I actually really don't know. Because there's some relationship between the blur and the contrast. I'm not sure why that's happening. So the higher the contrast, or the higher the blur, the higher the contrast for some reason. Now do Game Boy Color. But that would just be without the, that would be without the blur. And, just with the mask here. Oh, I didn't like that. What the hell happened? Oh, because it would have to transform it back into a vector 3. Yeah, it would need to take this. It would take this. So this would be Game Boy Color. Roughly. We'd want to change the... Yeah. The only thing we'd want to do is change the grid color from, like, green to white. But this is basically what Game Boy Color would have looked like. With no blur. The LCDs on those were much more responsive. Hey, hi a very slight ghosting to him, but nothing you would really think twice about. It was such a night and day difference between the original Game Boy. And the Game Boy Pocket actually had worse blur than the original Game Boy, if you can believe that. But yeah, other than the grid being greenish, if it was white, that would be Game Boy Color. I'm just gonna make a new texture for it so we don't screw it up. Oh, wrong one. But it would basically be this. Let's see. On grayscale, I guess it would be about that. So let's import that. Okay, and we want to wrap, bilinear, and no streaming. And I'm gonna make a copy of this, so I'm gonna undo. Oh, okay, I can't undo that. I have to, I had to just reconnect it manually, because I was undoing the properties on that last. Yeah, okay, I redid it. Alright, that's good. Yeah, so this, I'm just gonna copy the material and make a separate one. Game Boy Color. And it doesn't need... Okay, so it needs this to be GBC. It doesn't do the PIS filter, or the blurring, or the PIS filter, or the range manipulation, or even the grayscale. It would just take the RGB as it was. In fact, I don't even need that. It's pretty obvious what that is. Okay, and then, yes, please. I must be feeling good today, because we've gone far past the 2-hour mark. I'm getting better. I do feel a lot better than last week, that's for sure. And this is kind of hype. It's dumb, but it's kind of hype. So if we change the screen material base Game Boy and change this to the Game Boy Color, I think it'll work. Oh yeah, there we go. F11. It's gonna look a little washed out because, well, it's kind of how it was back in the day. But the Game Boy Color had a really, really high contrast ratio. Like, the Game Boy Color screen looks better than the GBA under good lighting conditions. But I don't think it was possible for them to get that in a, how do I want to put it? I don't think it was possible for them to get that much clarity and sharpness out of a backlight situation. But yeah, under good conditions, the Game Boy Color was way better looking than the Game Boy Advance screen. An LCD like this just can't do it justice. Like, the contrast ratio could never be as high. I mean, you could apply contrast to the palette, sure. Like, to this, you could potentially contrast, like, the colors, but unless you had a 4K monitor, I don't think it would help enough. Like, these could certainly get darker, right? But you're still going to contend with the whole thing being mixed with white and being grayed out. So I don't... My expectation is that you will only get minor improvements out of that. So let's see, it's okay. Just trying to think about cleaning up some stuff here. Yeah, so if we change this back then, does it still work? Is everything intact? Yeah. The diarrhea filter is intact. I'm just really bugged by the whole contrast being somewhat dictated by the amount of blur, though. There's something weird about that. And at first I was thinking, well, maybe because the texture's not initialized to anything. Maybe it's like just black or white, and the first blurring blurs the image very heavily in that direction, but it doesn't seem to correct over time. You would expect it to correct over time. And we did that first render before we copied the thing on the first time it's going to render, so that shouldn't even be happening anymore, even if it was. And it's still not right. It's still weird. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. Because even at 90% or 80%, you should still see the colors darken over time if it was a fault of that first render being off. But it's not what's going on, though. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I think that the GBA and the Game Boy Color both had the same type of LCD, but the difference was the protective glass in front of it. Yeah, the polarizer, right? And can we mess with the palette a bit to improve the contrast? I mean, we can. My only issue with that is essentially that the contrast issue is in part because of a glitch or some sort of oversight. And if that's the case, any adjustment that we do now, if we fix that in the future, we'll have to readjust it back again. And I feel like I'd rather spend a little time off stream trying to find the potential bug there and fix it instead of the other way around. You know what I mean? So, actually, you know what? I want to disconnect this and see if this was actually the thing that was making us not get the blur. Was it really just mad that we didn't initialize the size? No, it works now. I'm not sure what the hell the glitch was then that we didn't get contrast on. Well, we'll get rid of that node then. We don't need it. Replace the texture with white and black. Yeah. Yeah, we could see what that looks like. Do we even need this one anymore? I'm not sure we even use this anymore. Hold on. Dynamic material, last frame. Find references. Okay, so the only time it's ever references here, so I don't think we're actually using this anymore. I think we can get rid of it, but I'm going to save first. Compile and save, and yes, just boom, just get out of here. If you are not used, then we don't need you. So compile, but don't save, because we might have to go back. Okay, yeah. Alright, that was currently unused, because we were using the Game Boy. The Game Boy one. So, yeah, we're using the Material Game Boy as our previous one. Okay. And I'm just double checking that everything here is good. Okay, those are all the modes. This is pretty spaghetti. I want to clean this up for sure. Okay, and we do have that blur render target. That is being scaled to the proper size. Okay, alright, I'm confident enough to save it. I think it's good. Okay, so what were we gonna do? Replace it with black or pure black or white and see if it fades correctly. Yeah, that's what I did. I did the be sure it's initializing the blur after the first pass. That's why I was prepping the where was it here? That's what this is for. So after the internal image is being scaled up before the Game Boy filter, this happens between those two steps. So if it is the first render, which is set to true, the first time this runs, it will come in here and prepare the thing. I guess it would be comparing against itself when it does this, right? There could still be a problem here. Maybe we have to have a different step here. I don't know. Here. Can we do something goofy? So we want to initialize this as something else, right? So what goofy ass material can we put in here? Widget vertex color? Sure. Change it to white? I don't know. Let's see if that does anything. Nah, doesn't seem to. Maybe? Damn it! Ah! I don't know what key on the keyboard keeps doing that, but he won't stop walking. I hate Unreal Engine. I'm sorry, but I do. Okay. It's my fault for making my keyboard. I don't know if it looks more or less washed out now. Perhaps it hasn't changed any. I guess the one way to tell would be to turn the blur off completely. Game Boy. So if it's 0, that should just give us the current. Oh wait, I have to compile it. Oh, maybe it has improved. Again, I don't know what key I'm hitting, but it's... Alright, I'll use the controller. Well, you know what? We will just take a screenshot. And then crank it up. Maybe I did fix it, I don't know. Crank it up to 0.99. Oh no, I did not fix it. That is terrible. And not just from the blur, but it just... I don't know. Well, no, it's definitely different. There's definitely something wacky going on with the contrast. So yeah, we're just setting it to something goofy. I don't know, pure black, I guess. It looked like it was pure black. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we goofed something. Oh, well, it worked. Nah, it's still washed out, though. Still very washed out. And in a way that just really really doesn't. It should rectify itself after a while. Like you can kind of see it catching up, but the contrast still just looks completely wrong. So we go back to 0. Yeah, the contrast is so much better. I really don't know why. So, I don't know. We're definitely initializing it right away. And we're trying different things and there's not working. Because let's see, this comes in and goes first. You know what? Let's keep first render on just to see what happens. Okay, well, something. It did not like that. It did not like that. We had a crash. I don't know why, but it did not like that. Not sure what that was about. Maybe it didn't like the material we used? It wasn't an infinite loop. It would have just kept trying to paint over that render texture. Oh, we're on the other monitor again for some reason. Get off the CRT, there's no way I could read the text on. Yeah, I don't know. Red? Just make it red? Are we good? That's normal. I don't like something. Something's not. I don't know if it's an infinite loop or what. Oh, it finally kicked in. It doesn't seem to do anything. With the blur off, it doesn't do anything. But what if the blur is on? And what do we got? I really should just make this a parameter, so we don't have to keep screwing with it. No, it's still washed out. Man, I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't seem to matter no matter what. Turn off the dot matrix, just keep the palette. How do we do that? I think we can do that by just doing this. I have to remember to undo that though. It looks fine without the dot matrix, I think. Let's just double check. Let's take a screenshot and we'll double check. So that we'll now turn the blur off. Oh, I didn't save it. Hold on. Or apply it. It looks the same, but we'll double check here. So we'll just put these like side by side or something. Yeah, I mean, just looking visually without the dot matrix, it looks fine. They look the same. This one was, I don't know. Wait, where's the other one? Am I comparing the same damn image? No, I'm not. Oh, its tab is over here. Never mind. Alright, I'm dumb. Yeah, so this one was with the blur, and this was without it. So the dot matrix is really the thing that's causing the problem, it seems like. That's so weird, though. I'm not sure why. There appears to be a small difference. I mean, maybe, but not enough to really matter, even if it is. AEC 956. I took the face, right? No, they're the same. They are the same. Oh, that shade is different. That shade is different. But the face was the same, I guess. Yeah, the face is the same, but the other shades are, you're right, there is a little bit of a difference. But it's not enough to cause a big problem. I don't know. Whoop. Yeah, it's weird, right? I don't know. I mean, those pixels should be pretty much the same from the previous to the next one. Like anything to do with the actual thing here. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna turn this to 0. But second of all, I'm going to make like little extensions here so I can more easily just turn that off if I need to, or break it here, right, and then restore it, and then it's pretty obvious that this is connected to this. I hate this. There's got to be a better way to do this. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, this should probably be pulling the alpha from this texture sample from the beginning. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, but that is probably what it should be doing. Which I expect it to only be 1 anyway, but I guess there's potentially a case where it might not be. Okay, so then this one and this one, pull it down. Man, that's spaghetti, but I don't know if there's a good way to do it without hitting some kind of, like, efficiency block or something. Yeah, let's make sure I didn't break it. What if the dot matrix is excluded from the motion blur? But then the blur wouldn't work, because you need to take the full Game Boy render and cycle it back into itself. So I don't think that would work. Okay, well at least I didn't break anything here. Because you're interpolating both the final images together. So if the dot matrix is not on one of them, I think it would actually throw off the interpolation. I think it would actually make it worse. Oh, it's so shitty. Oh my god. I think the 80% is more accurate. In terms of the amount of actual blur. Like real world effective blur. Like the Game Boy, because the graphics were made for the Game Boy to handle the blur better, it's possible that the blur is actually stronger on your Game Boy. But because these graphics were not made to handle the blur, it looks worse. And the 80% looks better on this because it's already a bad thing to put on such a screen. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really stumped about that one. I think it's drawing the dot matrix filter would bilinear over and over. I mean, it has to, though. Like, if it doesn't, then you're getting two different images being merged together. I mean, theoretically, those pixels shouldn't even be changing frame to frame. Let's just do a double check here. If we bypass... Oh yeah, that's what it was. Make that 0. Okay. Let's just double check the colors. Maybe it just looks worse? I don't know. Yeah, but it did get worse with... Here, I'm gonna close these. Alright, not that one. We'll close that one. We don't need that one anymore. And we can pull those back up if we need to. It did get worse with the blur, though. The higher the blur, the worse it gets, so... I guess it's not an optical illusion, but... man, it's so weird. But yeah, say Mega Man's face, right? No, stay. Mega Man's face. His cheek. Oh my god, it's the same color. Maybe it is an optical illusion. What the hell? Maybe it just looks washed out. Somehow. Let's see, the eye color? It's the same. Helmet color? It's the same. Uh-oh. I guess it is some kind of weird illusion. Well, that's odd, to say the least. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. These look pretty thick, right? Let's see, did I take this at 5x? I don't know if I took them at the same scale. Now they're about as thick. I may have taken them at different scales, but it doesn't seem to really matter all that much. I honestly don't know. You know, I think I have an answer. I think I have an answer. And the reason is because these pixels are getting drawn over twice. So like here, these pixels are probably actually more like this. But because this gets drawn over twice, they get much brighter. And that brightness is encroaching on the color that's actually there. Because look, only the really inner color is the true color. I think it's just because of the filtering. Yeah, it's just It's drawing too much of it. But how would we even stop that? I'm not even sure what you would do to counteract that. Because if you don't draw any border between the pixels, then it's going to get goofy no matter what. You'll just have goofy in the opposite direction. I really don't know. I really don't know. How thin are the dot matrix borders? They're a bit thicker now, because they didn't look right when they were thinner. DMG4. And they're thinner sideways because the aspect ratio stretches them back out. I mean, if we cut down on this, it would absolutely help it. But then if you turn the blur down, not off, but down, then you'd kind of be hitting the opposite problem again. So like, just as a quick and dirty example, like this might improve the blur when the blur is heavy, but it'll break the blur when it's not as heavy. So like, we can fix it, but it's like we're hard coding the fix for only that condition, and we need a fix that works for all conditions. Let's see. It was this one 4. So this will probably look a little better if I didn't. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. I think I patched it back up. Yeah, so this looks a little better, but I think it's because encroaching less. However, the spacing between the pixels now looks wrong, so the contrast is better. But the spacing between pixels is now not Game Boy enough. I think I know how to fix it, but I think we have to render it 3 times. So we have to render it once with the Game Boy filter. We have to split the material up into different parts. So we have to take this and only do it after we do the merge. But we can't save this and continue to the next frame. We have to do this twice. Once on the previous frame, once on the current frame, and then merge those two, and then apply this in a third material pass. Oh yeah, we're definitely adding this. We're having fun just messing with it, but yeah, no, this will be a feature. We'll definitely put it in. Yeah, so we have to do this in like 2 passes. We have to run this twice, like we already are. We're already running this twice, the whole thing. But we have to run 2 copies of it without the filter. And then a third pass for the filter. So that's it. That's gonna fix it. Because then the filter will be out of the blur completely. There will be no filter in the blur. There'll be just the pixel colors in the blur. And then the final render will render one more time, taking the pure colors, the pure blurred colors, but without the filter, and then apply the filter on top of that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm doing a lot better, as you can see. And then I don't have to do the heart surgery, which is really... That one was scary. No, I mean, I've already had a bunch of them, so it's like whatever, I have to do it anyway. But it's like, in combination with the neck thing, and I'm like, oh my god, like, give me a break, you know? Like, stop rolling the dice on me, I've had enough. Now, to be clear, I will have another heart surgery again, but it won't be the one that they just tested me for. So that was like an additional issue on top of the heart issues that I already have. It's complicated, but at least I don't have to do that. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure I know how to fix it now. So what I'll say is, because it's getting late and I'm running out of energy now, I will make that change off stream and then post a result after it's fixed. Because it's going to take a bit of, I have to separate these and kind of rework how it's doing it in the viewport. But I'm confident that that'll fix it, because it'll only apply the scan lines once. They won't be in the image that gets sent to the next frame. They'll only be in the image that gets presented to the screen. So all the blurring is going to take place without the filters entirely. So it's not like one has the filter and one doesn't, because that'll still cause a problem. Is that the blurring will take place when there is no filter. There'll be pure just colors. And then after it'll go to the next one. I think that will help it. I think that'll fix it. But yeah, again, I'll do that off stream, because I'm out of energy and out of time. But I felt a lot better this time than last time, as you can probably tell. So I'm improving, yay! No, we don't need any loops or anything. We just need to merge them and save the blurred copy without the scan lines in it, and send that to the next frame, and then send a third copy, apply the scan lines, and send that to the screen, but don't use that for the next frame. We'll just discard that one after. Yeah, it's been a while. We went the distance today. I feel like the old days today. I did sleep in though, so maybe that helped. Maybe that helped some. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So we'll call it quits for today, but you know, I've already dictated to the stream what the fix is, so tomorrow I'll play that back and listen to what I had to say, and as long as I'm not talking gibberish, I should be able to understand what I was saying the night before and make the fix. But I think it's a pretty simple fix in terms of the concept of it is simple, but I have to redo a lot of how this is working and make another copy and another material instance and stuff like that to make it like really fixed. But at the very least, we don't need this anymore. So I will delete that, because that's definitely not a problem. Any artifacting caused by that not being there is going to disappear by the time you even turn the filter on, so it's not a big deal. So when am I streaming again? I stream every Wednesday. Well, now it's Thursday because it went after midnight, but yeah, so the 18th. December 18th. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So nighttime for me, double nighttime for Europe. So they're probably kind of cut out of that. I'm not streaming on Christmas, but we will stream on New Year's Day. So we'll do next week, skip next week, and then we'll be back next week. But they're always on Wednesday and always at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, I may or may not be up this late again for the next one, so I don't know. Now, I'm just judging by your username, but I have a feeling that you're in either the Middle East or the European region. I don't know how far away those time zones are. So if you have just woken up in the morning and saw me streaming, I may not be up that late to reach your time zone again next time. But it kind of just depends on how good I feel. So I apologize if I'm not, available again at that same time. We just kind of went super long today, somewhat unexpectedly. But it happens. Sometimes we just get into it and it just snowballs. Oh, you live in the States. Oh, you're in Texas. Oh, okay. Sorry. I assumed your time zone. I apologize based on the username. But no, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, Diddly Rave Neo. I remember you. I remember that name. It's been like 6 months or more. When was the last time I streamed? Before I came back, right? I mean, I did guess last week, but before that, it was... God, it was like... June? It's been a while. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. I am definitely feeling better. Like, not 100%. Like, I am in pain. I'm just ignoring it at this point. Being on the computer this long does hurt. I'm just kind of pushing through it. Oh, okay. Whatever happened to the CVS project? Well, long story short, the Unity engine decided that they were just going to pack all their shit with spyware and start charging developers based on how many installs that people had on their game. Whether or not you sold the game. Now, there was no practical real-world danger of Pocket Fighter EX getting popular enough that it would actually cause me a bill. And so that wasn't the concern necessarily, but that the systems that I was making in that game were going to be used for commercial projects. And I don't want to deal with some stupid, install fee. And on top of that, I don't think Unity should be using spyware to track you playing my stupid free fan game. It's just okay, so we got spyware in there that's doing that. What else is it doing? Is it searching your computer for stuff? Is it searching your internet or your local network for stuff? We don't know. And the reason we don't know is because Unity is closed source. They don't let you look at what's in there. So they are hiding shady shit in there. So it's kind of a double factor of, I don't want to get fucked. I don't want you to get fucked. And just what are they going to do in the future? They've already tried doing this crazy thing. And an entire year later, they're like, okay, fine, we won't do it. But the spyware's still in there. We still can't see what's in there. It's closed source. And who knows what crazy shit they're going to pull next. They had no problem just being like, oh yeah, we're just going to retroactively charge everybody who's ever made a Unity game in the last 15 years this install fee. And we're not going to warn you that it's coming. We're just going to announce it one day like it's no big thing. And I'm not dealing with that. Because who knows what other crazy shit they're going to do. They clearly don't care enough to discuss it with the people that are actually using their engine. They're just going to pull whatever crazy shit they want. And I'm not going to live in fear that any day now, the next career-ending move Unity is going to throw at me is going to hit me. So I said, screw it, we're not using Unity anymore. And unfortunately, that means anything that I was building in Unity is no longer being developed. So now I'm using Unreal Engine, and using the Mega Man project as a way to kind of the best way to learn something is to actually do a full game. We'll put it that way. So doing the Mega Man game, it's going to make me figure out how to do sprites, how to do animation, how to do controls, how to do, cutscenes, how to do the right graphics, the scan lines, all the filters, all that stuff. It'll force me to go through all those steps, so then I can use that for the next big thing. You know what I mean? And then Pocket Fighter EX was kind of that game in Unity for me. It forced me to figure out the animations and how to do the sprites properly and how to do all that stuff. And then I was literally just months away from using all that tech to make a real commercial game with it. And then Unity pulled their shit, and that's what happened. So I had to throw all that away and start back from the bottom again. And in this game, well, it looks maybe perhaps a little more advanced. Pocket Fighter EX was definitely the more advanced, heavier game behind the scenes. So this is kind of like a smaller project to do the same thing that Pocket Fighter EX was doing for me, to force me to develop all these systems so that we can use it for an actual commercial game. And I decided not to do Pocket Fighter EX again because there's many issues with doing that in Unreal. I would have to use Unreal enough for at least a year and a half or more to then be able to figure out how do I do rollback netcode in Unreal, and then I can finally start the project after that. It's too much to throw at it for the first go. So I made the tough call to just cut that loss and then start something new in Unreal. I know. Listen, nobody is more upset about cutting that game than me. I still think about it every day. When we first got on Blue Sky, I was just posting old stuff just to be okay, here's the stuff that I have done in the past. Here's what I'm about. And I'm posting all the Pocket Fighter EX stuff. I'm like, this game actually looked pretty fucking good. And it hurt to post those over and to see that and to be yeah, I can't work on that anymore. Because I look at that and I'll be oh yeah, it's kind of missing something here and something there. And I'm I really want to go in and work on it. And then I remind, oh yeah, right, Unity fucked that. So now I can't work on it anymore. And it's awful. Oh no! Whatever, kill him. Get him, mods. Do you have a team working with you on the assets, or is it just you as a solo dev? The prototype started with mostly just me, but since then, so the enemies here, that's a completely new enemy. We couldn't recycle any sprites for that. So we're making the 5th Game Boy game for Mega Man, which had completely new enemies and bosses and everything were completely original. So there's no recycling of those sprites or backgrounds or whatever. Now Mega Man's obviously taken from Mega Man 7, but everything else is basically new. And so in the beginning, I did all the conversion of Mega Man sprites, and then I did the backgrounds, but I didn't do all of it. And then I handed off the backgrounds to Tim, who's he's my partner in crime. He's on all my projects. He helps out with stuff all the time. So he took what I had and he spruced it up a little bit. And then he added a couple things, but the backgrounds I think were mostly things that I did. And then Tim did that enemy. That one, GSQ it's called. He did that enemy. Now he worked with Ego Raptor on that enemy. So Ego Raptor is our other heavy hitter for animations. So him and Tim primarily do the enemies. And so Egoraptor did that enemy. So I kind of like divided them up. I'm like, okay, you take that one, you take that one. The bird was a problem though. The bird was actually difficult. So they both got in on that one, and we're going back and forth on that one for a while. Oh, Tim did that one. Tamp. He did Tamp. Let me skip ahead here. Oh, here. Egoraptor did that one. I forget what his name is now. Doncatch. That's what it was. They've all got weird names. It's just so strange. Tim did that one. That one's called Soshi Breaker. And I think that's all of the enemies in this level. The crates, the little garbage things, we modified some Mega Man 7 graphics for the garbage things, but that was kind of it. And the junk shot, I think that was from the arcade game, Mega Man Power Fighters and Power Battles. And that's where I converted the sprites from the arcade game, so they do have some added detail. And we kind of spruced them up just a little bit. That's where the Buster shots are from the arcade game. Oh, we did the Mega Arm one. Oh, that one's kind of a rough draft. We still have to spruce that one up. And then I did most of the programming. Like, I get help from AJ. Obviously, he helped on this stream. And he's working on a level editor thing now for us. But the bulk of other stuff is on me. So I guess that's kind of the breakdown. And then the music, I have no musical ability whatsoever. So you don't hear the music here. I'm just playing a playlist of other Mega Man music. But I don't have the music like in the build all the time, because you don't want to like hear the same thing all the time. But Maxi Demand, he's the one that's in charge of the music. So he'll be doing that going forward. Oh yeah, the boss sprite here, Egoraptor did that one. We got more animations for him, but they're not finished yet, because you want to test out kind of the rough draft of the animation in the game before you actually, commit to it, because that is even more work if you had to change something. So you want to put it in, make sure it works, and then you can finish it up. But yeah, overall, like, I think it looks pretty good, but we still want to like redo the backgrounds and kind of make them, because right now they're just kind of like, we just kind of copied the pattern that the Game Boys had and just made them look like, high color and a little more detail, but it still kind of looks like random, like just random crap. It's just like, okay, like what is this? And this is just like, okay, there's pipes, but like, sure, I guess. But then there's just like a weird rounded end thing here, and it just doesn't look, it doesn't look like a real place. It just kind of looks like random shit's been thrown together. So like that, especially this room, like this stuff, like what is this? We just copied what the Game Boy had, but like it's nonsense. Like what is this thing in here? Why is this just not have extra stuff? Like it just looks like nonsense. So I want to like go back and say, okay, this is kind of like the shapes and the images that they use, but let's like use that and rebuild it with some more sensible design on it. So, and essentially we're redoing the entire stage over again, but we kind of expected that's what we were going to do to begin with, so it's not like a big shock, surprise, oh no, setback. It was kind of the expected outcome at that point. So it'll look a lot more cohesive and a lot more diverse later. So like we could say like, okay, this room, there's no business of like the same shapes being used in this room, right? We can do something else. We can make something and draw something else that looks like it fits in there. And then we don't have to keep reusing the same graphics in every single room. Especially like the far backgrounds, like, we gotta make something up for this stuff, Make it look more like Mega Man 7. It actually looks like a real place, potentially. You know, there's animations and stuff in the background and all that. We want to add all that stuff. But it basically takes redrawing the entire stage to make that happen. So that's the next step that we're really working on. Having fun with the late night grind. I'm trying to get out of here, but everybody's showing up all of a sudden. But that's alright. I appreciate it. Yeah, let's look at the Game Boy filter again. Now that some people are spilling in here. We made the most disgusting thing we could think of. The Game Boy filter. Because this was originally a Game Boy game. So if you wanted a blurry, awful mess, you've got it. You got it now. You can play the awful, blurry mess of Game Boy as just kind of a joke option. That's what we worked on today. Just kind of screwing around with it. Oh, well, you can't die yet, so I can jump on the spikes if I want to. It's so awful. I don't know how bad it looks because I guarantee that it probably looks worse coming through the video feed because the video encoder is probably having a hell of a time trying to figure out what to do with the weird mess that it's seeing. So I'm definitely going to post more footage on YouTube, so you'll get to see a cleaner, high quality, you know, capture coming out of it. And maybe it'll be a little more accurate to what you would actually see in game. Because I guarantee it looks like an absolute mess on stream. I mean, it already looks bad enough when I'm playing it, but it's just incredibly, it's got to be extra awful on stream. I'll get to see that mess. I'm gonna look at the VOD after to see how bad this really is. But yeah, it's funny though. It'll be a good joke option. If you want to play with the crappy Game Boy screen, go ahead. Likewise, the scanlines mode. I don't know how well that comes out on screen. So this is like what it looks like normally, right? So let's go back to the start of the level. And then this is the scanline mode. So it's got kind of like, it's got the scanline, it's got a little bit of blur like an old CRT would have. It actually makes things a little more vibrant, which I like. I like to have the scanlines on. So there's going to be a whole bunch of video modes. Whoop, almost died there. I'll debug my way out. Oh, and again. And then we got the Game Boy diarrhea filter. Ugh. I mean, this is as bad as it is. We put up with this back in the day. We actually put up with it. And we're like, yeah, it's not that bad, I guess. But man, today, like, nobody would want to play it like this. It's crazy. I still have a Game Boy Pocket. I assume it still works. And man, that thing was even worse than the original Game Boy. That was even blurrier. The Game Boy Color was the first one that didn't have the blur. And that thing was a godsend. The Game Boy Color screen was really good. And, you know, I mean, it didn't have a backlight, but, man, if you had, like, the right light to sit under, man, that thing was great. The sharpest, clearest screen out of all the Game Boys. So, yeah. It's a debuff. Yeah, it's a drunk filter, right? The scanline looks good. Well, I'm glad. I don't know how well it comes through. Oh, sorry. If you click out of the window in Unreal, it actually makes the game run at 3 FPS, which is hilarious. That's why it looks like it's chugging. But if I click back in, it goes back to normal speed. Yeah, I'm surprised that the scanlines are actually coming through okay on the stream. I figured that they'd get distorted too. My favorite OG Game Boy Mega Man game I hope Mega Man 12 brings back the rush adapter forms, auto-scrolling stages, and extraterrestrial robots like Duo. That would be cool. I don't know if they're going to, but that would be cool. The Game Boy Color had blur. Yeah, but it was like so slight. It was so slight that you could barely notice it. You're right, though. It did have very small amount of blur, but it was so sharp that, like, and especially in comparison to the original Game Boy, like it's almost imperceptible. You could really see it like on super high contrast colors, like going from black to white, but most of the time you wouldn't even notice it. Oh yeah, sorry I missed the question from earlier. Yeah, Mercury Stage is the only one that's like in the build right now. But it's kind of like the test ground for it. So we're going through the process of like, okay, we did the game, we translated the Game Boy stage directly into like 16 bits, and we didn't like it. So now we want to go back and kind of, like I said before, to make it look more like a real thing, give it the real full super treatment. But we're kind of like learning the process on how do we do that in the process of doing that. And that'll teach us what we need to know to then work on the other stages, which should go faster. Because we'll already have gone through that process. We'll know what to expect. We'll know what we have to do for the other ones now, and what that process is going to be like. You know, right now we're just kind of like figuring it out and be like, okay, well, we'll do this and this, we'll try this. And, you know, as we go along, that process will get much faster. But yeah, as a result, Mercury is the only one in right now. It's fun to have all the little video modes. I like scanlines. I'm a scanline guy. So for me, like, finally getting the scanline filter in and like it actually like working the way I want it to, I'm just like, hell yeah, I'm gonna test the game like this all the time now. But I will spare you. I know some of you don't like, oh, wrong button. I know some of you don't like the scan lines, so while I'm on stream, I probably won't be using them too much. Just to show them off, perhaps, but... He actually blows up, which is funny. But he doesn't do anything yet. So the other thing that we're doing is we're kind of moving away from this specific build of the game, because this is the prototype, and I've been in the process of packaging up all the good bits of code and stuff, and then we can move it to a fresh project file. And that sort of coinciding with the new level editor. I don't really want to move to the new one and not have the level editor ready, because then it'll just be another pain and a mess to use Unreal's tile map tools like in-engine, which are just terrible. So it kind of hinges on that at this point, and in the meantime I'm refining everything I can here before we make that big move. And there's really not too much left with that. I want to redo some of the way that the character movement works. And start, it won't be needed for this game, but the game is actually, like 3D. It just looks 2D, but, like, it's actually like a 3D object and stuff, with 3D platforms and stuff like that. It's really like 2.5D. Behind the scenes, because Unreal doesn't do 2D at all. So what I wanted to do, even though this game really is only flat, it's not going to need 2.5D. Like, yeah, you can see the 3D objects here, and he can navigate those 3D objects. I'll show you. That's just off to the side here in the debug room. Wow, it is chugging. What's going on? Okay, no, we're good now. Yeah, these are the 3D objects you saw before. But he's actually moving, and well, I got caught. Ah, that happens sometimes. Hold on, I gotta reset. Boop. Okay, and let me just fly past those so I don't get caught on the edge. That's a glitch I'll have to work out. But yeah, these are actually like, he's actually walking on the 3D environment, see? So the game is actually a bit more advanced than it looks like. And I want to cater the system a little more to that. Right now it's pretty hard-coded on only being able to like walk in one direction. But while I'm kind of waiting for some other stuff to clear, I figure I'll do, like, see, he can actually just literally walk over it. Like, this is a cylinder, and he's just walking it. He's just doing his thing on it. He's really 2.5D, but I want to get some better 3D control out of it, because then maybe we can make a 2.5D game at some point, you know, like a real one. Yeah, Cyber Peacock, right? Will you do a stream working with your team? That depends on them. If they want to join, they're always welcome to join, but most of the time we're not doing things in the same time zone or whatever. So like Tim, he lives in the Netherlands, and Igoraptor's on the West Coast. I'm on the East Coast, so like getting them two into the same time zone would be crazy. Like it's probably not feasible. But I always tell them if they want to pop on just to hang out, you know, that's cool. I don't mind. So far it hasn't happened yet, but maybe one day. But yeah, like this is an actual cylinder. You can kind of see, like if I move slowly around, you can see how it's trying to render the 3D into 2D, like it's doing its best. But you're always going to get that weird low-res aliasing, you know? So it's kind of weird. But I want to make the system really integrate with the whole idea of 2.5D. So like this game will never use it. I'll never have to like change the camera and start going into the background or winding along a three-dimensional path, you know. But I want the ability to do that in the future. So I've been kind of like readjusting some of the programming to work for that. That's like my next big task, is to finish that up. And so I've been programming the last few days a couple bits of code that'll help do that, but it's probably a week's worth of work to fully make that change. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing right now. Cyber Peacock secret stage, right? Yeah. I can't tell, are the contour lines crisp around the character when you're on 3D stuff? They should be. I don't see any aberration. Everything looks alright. He looks pretty clean. I think it's just the 3D objects that are a little goofy. I think all the 2D characters are coming in just clean. I don't think they're being anti-aliased or anything. I mean, we can kind of like take a screenshot and look at it too. There's a little blending, and that helps the pixel wobbling. We talked about that earlier. You can check the VOD if you want a better explanation for it. But when you're dealing with old pixel art, you have to blend it a little bit. And if you don't, the screen will like shimmer, because the pixels don't scale like 1:1 to like HD resolution. So you have to have a little bit of interpolation, but other than that, everything looks sharp. Because that, like 1:1, like you'll never see it. You'll never notice that it's blurred looking at that. God, especially on like a 4K monitor, you'd never ever be able to tell. But it prevents that kind of wobbly picture. If a game doesn't have it, you will notice it. What do we do? Do we want to... Yeah, I don't want to save that as a bad version. Oh yeah, we were looking at the screenshot earlier. And here's without the filter, with just the Game Boy colors. Oh yeah, now we're looking at this example. Trying to build our own. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. I'm very tired, so I guess I'll get out of here. You've had issues with that with the pixel wobble? Yeah. When do you think we'll get a new official Mega Man game? That is a good question, and I honestly thought we would have gotten one by now. So, I guess my answer was I thought we would have had one by now. I'm actually not sure why they're not doing it. But I don't think it's because they don't want to make a new game. I think they're just... It could be a couple of things. And my best guess is that they had one and something happened to it and they couldn't release it, or the project failed, or the team melted down, or something happened and they canceled it. And then that left this huge multi-year gap of like, oh, we don't have anything to show. And maybe they've restarted a new one and maybe they haven't. But we'll never know unless like some big leak happens, you know? So, I mean, it just kind of is what it is. I see Big O. I love Big O. Watch the fight scene. Yeah, I can't put that on the big screen though. I'll get copyright in 5 seconds for that. I guess it might be either Game Boy Collection. I don't know, because they released the Game Boy games on the Nintendo service, so I feel like they're just kind of writing that off and not doing those. Yeah, at this point, I think everybody would just take anything. But I really don't know. I mean, there are projects that we know that were started and they got delayed by COVID, which can delay games several years, you know, depending on how bad it was that it got derailed. So, like, it's possible that it's still a project that got derailed by COVID or something, but at this point, man, it's been a while, so I don't know. There are still games that we saw in leaks that have not come out yet. So maybe they got canceled, maybe not. I mean, it kind of rolls back around to the same idea of maybe they had a couple things going and just shit happens sometimes, and sometimes games just don't come out. You know, like either the team goes away or somebody goes bankrupt or something happens and it's just a mess and they can't fix it and it would take too much money and then you just throw it out. Like, it happens way more than you might think. And maybe we're just getting unlucky. I'm not really sure. But I think under normal conditions, we would have had something by now. So it makes me suspicious that something unusual has happened that may have derailed whatever plans they had. I mean, like the Mega Man Battle Network collection got delayed like 2 years because of all the COVID shit going around, and who knows whatever else might have delayed it. So it's definitely something's going on. I think it's just we don't know, because they're not going to come out and tell us like, oh, we canceled an entire game, sorry. Like, that they'd be embarrassed to say something like that, you know, both in like, you know, it's a shame that something like that happened. And also it's not a good idea to tell your fan base, oh, by the way, you could have had this thing, but we fumbled it and now it's not happening. And so it's just going to make everybody upset. So they're never going to even like talk about it, you know? Mega Man 11 became the best-selling one outside of collections, maybe? I'm actually not really sure. I'm not sure about that. I know Mega Man 11 sold a lot, more than it was expected to, I believe, but I'm not sure where it actually ranks. Like, if maybe Mega Man 2 is still the highest selling, I don't know. Not really sure. They canceled 3 games in 1 month. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. it's tough to say too, because like Mega Man 2's been on collection, so would you count those too? Like how do you math that out? You're like, okay, we got the NES version, but then we had like a PlayStation remaster that was only in Japan. But then they actually released that PlayStation remaster as part of a collection that only came out in the United States and Europe, which is funny. So like the Japanese didn't even get that one, but we didn't get the original remaster. So like, do you count those? Like, I don't know how they're pulling these numbers. I'm not sure how they're adding it up. Now Mega Man 11 has not been in a collection, so that one's easy. You just look up how much it sold. But to compare it to like Mega Man 2, it might be a little bit of a weird calculation going on there. Like, what do you say? Like only 15% of the collection counts toward that? Like, did the person buy the collection for Mega Man 7 or 5 or 2 or 1? Like, you don't know, you know? So it's hard to say, I think, you know, definitively how much Mega Man 2 would have sold in that way. The collection should count to some degree, but I think it's reasonable to say that, like, Mega Man 2 is not the only reason that every single person bought it. So it's like, there's got to be some kind of, like, percentage factor in there, you know? Okay, 11 sold 1.9 million. Okay. Do we know what they think 2 sold, or no? So 2's only recorded is selling roughly 0.4 million, so a bit less than half. I suspect that that's really only counting the original release then, because that's pretty low for a game as revered as Mega Man 2. I feel like they're not counting all of the releases in that case. Legacy Collection sold 1.6 million. That's good. I heard that they did good. X Collection 1.3. That sounds about right. Did I ever own any of the old Bandai model kits from the late 90s, early 2000s? Absolutely. I don't know if I have one here right now. I guess I don't have one of them up there. Most of them got broken over time, but yeah, I absolutely had those. Those were cool. I had the Mega Man, like the classic Mega Man. That's not, this one's the new one though. This is the newer one. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. This is the newer one. That's not the Bandai one. But I do have the Bandai one of that. Somewhere. Not really sure where. This is a newer one too. This is not a Bandai one, but this is from Legends. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Focus? Yeah, there. I don't think I have all the parts for X anymore. I had the Mega Man 8 Mega Man Bandai one. I had the X3 armor and the unarmored X and the Black Zero from X3, the Bandai ones, but they kind of got broken and lost to time, most of them, so I really don't know how much of them have survived yet. But I'm pretty sure the Mega Man Classic Bandai one is still intact somewhere, but I kind of haven't unpacked everything. As you can see, there's lots of blank shells, so I have to still get stuff filled in there. But yeah, those are old. I love those too. Those are great. Those old model kits. I wanted way more of them, but I didn't have the money to buy them back then. And man, you can't find them now. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I got I haven't put it together yet because I don't have quite the tools for it. But again, I haven't put it together yet. But I got this one. But it's still in the box. I want to do this one really right. So I want to like get the clippers where you can get the tabs off and stuff. So I don't want to put it together until I'm ready. But yeah, X3 is my favorite armor, as you might be able to tell. I would love to see a reprint of those, or if you could like 3D scan them and get the 3D printer to print them out to like reproduce them, that would be great. I would love that. You know, the ones I actually wanted to try to get the most were those Mega Missions armors. They were just so weird and quirky. But like I found them at first, but I got the normal ones, and then the other ones went out of stock, and I never found them again. I like the gold armor. I think it's cool. I like both of them. I think the original color scheme is really good. I think it's one of the best looking ones in the series for sure. Yeah, that would be great. If you could archive them, get 3D scans, and if possible, like make them just like public, so like anybody can print them. That would be great. I don't have a 3D printer. I wish I did, but those are very expensive, and right now, I ain't got no money. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, yeah. Was it RX was the green clone of X, right? That one looked cool too. I think there were 2 different versions of him, and then X had 2 different Mega Missions armors, and Zero had maybe 1. It was something like that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, if you could scan all that shit, that would be great. I've seen people starting to do that, like they're scanning the old toys and like uploading them so you can make your own 3D printed copies. Which I think is really cool. I never really would have thought that would be something that they would do. Yeah, they made Duo. Now that I think about it, Duo was one of the Mega Man 8 ones. They had Tengu Man, they had Duo, I'm pretty sure they had Proto Man. But I never got any of those. I couldn't find those. Yeah, some of the EX armors are weird, like where like only certain parts of the armor was armored and then the rest of it was like normal. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I always wanted to see Duo in person because he's like so huge. I wanted to know if he was like really as huge as he looks in the game, or if they kind of scaled him down a little bit. Oh, there are 2 versions of the Mega Man 8 kit. The one's a much better quality, and later on they switch factories. Huh. I wonder which one that I had. At the time that they were selling them, I was under the impression that they were imports, but I don't remember exactly if like the instructions were in Japanese or not. It's been so long, I just honestly don't remember, and I don't have the original packaging, that's for sure. If I have anything left from that, it would be just like whatever parts remained from it after so many years of being moved around and whatnot. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, man, I thought I had Mega Man around here somewhere. pushed in the back here on the shelf, or I don't know. Like I got obviously the room's dark right now. I can't really see. I thought he was up there somewhere. Ugh. I guess not. I must have moved him. I don't see him on the shelf. Well, like I said, everything hasn't been unpacked yet, so maybe I'll find him and put him up. He's kind of loose now. He's kind of hard to get him to stand up because he's so old. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'll find him at some point. Let's see. Let's see, the boxes for the Japanese ones had the Mega Armor logo. And then the Made in China ones had a warning sign that replaced that, which was about choking hazard. Okay. Yeah, I want to... Let me join that Facebook group. I'm assuming that YouTube's not going to let you put a link. But, I appreciate that. That would actually be really fucking cool. Only if you really, really want to. I would say come to the Discord, and then you can share that Facebook group link there, because I'm sure that YouTube's not going to let you put it in the chat. It'll probably snipe it out. The Discord should be in the description box or something. Let's see. If I go to my channel, what do I see? Mark D. Wiz. Look me up. Let's see, where am I? Oh, well, apparently if I don't capitalize it right, it doesn't go. There I am. Let's see. So if I go to my own stream, what do I see? Do I see... I do not see the Discord link. Okay. Oh, no, there it is! Yeah, it's there. It's there. If you look in the description, under my name, the Discord link is there. At least I see it. Hop into Discord and share that. I would definitely like to join that Facebook group, because that sounds really cool. Yeah, I'm just closing some tabs now that I had that open. I joined the Discord, I think yesterday, with the username Wolf. Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing you come in, because it announces who comes in. Hey, there we go, yeah! You can put it in general if you want. Yeah, let me check that out. Yeah, I'm joining that one. Join group, thank you! Membership is pending approval! Hey! Mega Man's sister, what is her name? Roll. Who's your favorite Mega Man character from the set? It's probably Zero. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's awful basic to just like Zero, but he's very cool. Okay. Well, I'll be notified when I get let in. Alright. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, there we go. A whole bunch of people coming in. That's what I like to see. Yeah. Okay, cool, cool. I'm approved, alright, hey, how about that? Hey, thanks. Refreshing. Okay, yeah, that's cool shit. Yeah, that brings me back, seeing some of this stuff. I've got, I saw someone post an EXE thing, I got one, where is it here? I got one of these old ass ones. From way back in the day. I think this is the Proto Man one, right? Yeah, and it like flips open. This shit was cool. I'm not gonna lie, this shit was really cool. Because you could actually put... They actually had chips. I don't know if I have one here. Yeah, it must be in a box somewhere. But you could actually like, put chips inside of it and it would do stuff. It's kind of like one of them Pokédexes back in the day. Yeah, so I have that one up here. It's kind of on the side. Yeah, I really wish Bandai would reissue them. Oh my god, somebody paid $5,000 for a Falcon armor? I would have killed for that though, back in the day. I really wanted I love Falcon armor. I really wanted one of those. Yeah, yeah, bring him to school, yeah, for sure. I don't think I have anything else immediately here. Like I said, a lot of my stuff's in boxes still. But it'll fill out eventually. I've got... Well, this is a newer thing, but... We got this just before the flood, I think. So I never ended up opening it yet. The Terry Bogard. Yeah, if you don't know, we got hit by a flood and kind of lost a lot of shit. So, and then I got really sick. I got hit with everything all at once. It was awful. So I had to have spine surgery, which sucks, which I'm still recovering from. So we're not doing that great right now, if you can imagine. Oh yeah, that's true. They had stickers, the old ones, right? They had stickers, man. Those stickers came off quick though. I'm pretty sure whatever I have, the stickers are probably gone off of them, which kind of sucks. I guess you could reprint them somehow if you could peel them off and like sort of rescan them, but yeah. Yeah, no, the surgery was not fun. I went paralyzed, like not able to move. Like everything from here down was, I could not move. It was pretty crazy. It was not fun. I guess you could always paint where the stickers were. If you had like a template maybe to help guide it, you could just paint them instead. Oh, the wrist pains were something different, actually. The wrist pains are different. That's actually just inflammation. You can't see it because I'm wearing the long sleeve, but here. But I actually wear pads for them. So it's just spending too much time on the computer. I started to get nerve problems here because of the inflammation and all that. And then when this acts up, it makes your pinky go numb. It's weird. It's strange. So carpal tunnel will make these fingers go numb, but your elbow will make this one go numb. And this is the one that kept going numb on both my fingers. But I had to figure out a way to kind of stop the inflammation, because if you don't stop it, it can become permanent nerve damage. So ever since then, I've been wearing the arm pads. But you don't usually see them because I usually wear long sleeve on stream. But the neck thing, the spine thing was like right here in the neck. And like you can see, you probably see the scar here. They actually go through the front if they can. So they go through the front and they gotta move everything out of the way, go all the way to the back. But it's easier for them to do that than to go through the back, apparently. Which is weird. You would think it would be the opposite, but so I get to relearn how to walk. Lucky me. It was kind of weird, and still kind of weird. And I can walk mostly, but I definitely can't run or jog or anything, and it's kind of unstable. So if I go slow and try not to get in like terrain that's not very even, then I'm okay. Yeah, it's messed up. It's crazy. But for the spine, they said it was like a narrowing of the spinal canal or something, and it was basically just crushing the spinal cord, the nerve column. It was just kind of crushing it. And so I had that on its own, but then I got COVID again, and they said that the COVID just can trigger super hyperinflammation, and then that's when I was paralyzed. I got the COVID, and it made the inflammation so much worse that it used to be just pain, and I wasn't really sure what it was. I was like, oh, I guess my shoulder hurts, or maybe I'm just stressing the muscles. But it was imaginary pain. Like, it was the spinal cord was getting damaged, so it was just registering pain where it really wasn't hurting. And then the COVID hit, and it clamped down so hard that I just lost function of everything, chest down. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's what they told me, though. Like, it's a good thing you came in when you did, because sometimes people kind of ignore it and let it go, and it can turn into permanent damage easily. And it's scary. So they were like, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen whenever this happens to someone. Like, we don't know if you're ever going to walk again. Maybe you'll walk. Maybe you'll be able to run. Maybe you won't be able to do shit. And I'm like, oh, that's great. That's what I love. I love how confident the doctors are in this. And yeah, no, they went in there and they unclamped it, I guess, and put a piece of metal in there and some shit. And yeah, it's not fun. So, yeah. But they said even though the pressure has been released, that the damage has been done. Whatever is, like, it doesn't immediately spring back. Now, the pain stopped. The nerve pain, that phantom pain, that stopped immediately. But I still couldn't walk even after the surgery. So I had to keep working at it and just kind of like doing whatever I could, I could like move one leg a little bit, but the other one I couldn't move at all. And so I just had to keep forcing them to move and to do exercises and stuff, and hey, it worked. So look, I can stand up. I can stand. Oh, I'm stepping on my cord. Hold on. Yeah, I can stand up. So, I guess the doctor did a good job. But it took a while. It took like a whole month to be able to even slowly walk again. So, but from what I understand, that's actually pretty quick, and all things considered, for this kind of issue. So I'm just really lucky. Yeah, the inflammation is gone. Yeah, the inflammation is that kind of, when COVID was gone and they fixed it, like it just, they had me on medication to keep it down too, and then it never came back as far as I'm aware. But I mean, it still hurts. I still take the pain medication. But yeah, that's basically it. And they said that you expect that the recovery process will slow down, and it will take at least a year to complete, or kind of like you'll at the end of 1 year, you're kind of like, there's no more recovery after that. So whatever you end up with at the end of the year is mostly what you're stuck with. But they said progress will just be slow. It just will take a whole year for the most part. Like now it was the end of August when it happened, I think, when the surgery happened, or mid-August. Man, time did not have any meaning for me back then. It was somewhere, I think it was mid to late August where I actually had the surgery. And like, it still hurts. Like, it just just takes a while, I guess. I mean, bone recovery takes longer than most, and nerve recovery definitely takes longer than most. So, I guess it's still recovering from having to go through there and tear up everything to get to the back, and like the other thing, my voice went away for a long time because the voice box is here, and they disturb it when they go in there and like dig through, and so like until like 3 weeks ago I couldn't really talk, and then it just kind of came back, which so I was happy about that. I did physical therapy at first, but it's too expensive to do it after leaving the hospital for me. So basically what I did, I asked him in the hospital, when I go, I told him straight up, I'm like, we're now like thousands and thousands of dollars in medical debt because insurance didn't pay for shit. And I'm like, there's a chance that I might not be able to afford the physical therapy sessions. So tell me, what do I have to do it on my own and get better without having to go to physical therapy? And so they gave me some equipment, and they gave me basically the rundown. Here's what you do. This is why you do it. This is what helps with certain things. We went over, like, what do I think the weakest things are right now, and how do we solve that? And I just wrote all that down, and I went home and I did it, and I feel pretty good for it. So, short answer, no, we're not doing physical therapy through official means, but I'm doing my own regimen, and I think it's worked out pretty good so far, so I will continue to do that and not have to spend like $150 a week to go to physical therapy. I'll be honest, I went to one of them. I went to one of the physical therapy sessions. That's how I found out how much it costs. Because they wanted me to go like 3 times a week or something, and I'm like, nah, that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna bill me 3 times a week for this. I swear to God, they didn't do anything for me either when I went to the actual physical therapy. We did basically nothing. I did so much more on my own than they ever did, and it's like it wouldn't even help me if I went. They absolutely do nothing. Oh yeah. This is the United States. I live in the USA, so, I had a bad medical experience, and now I'm just in debt for life. That's just how it goes here. We don't take care of our own. So I'm just kind of screwed for a long time. Which is unfortunate, but I'd rather walk and be in debt than not be able to walk again, I'll tell you that much. So it was an easy choice, just not much of a choice to begin with, I think. But yeah, so yeah. Well, yeah, it's a hot topic right now. If you didn't know, medical debt and medical insurance and health care denials. We're talking a lot about that right now. I don't expect anything to actually change anytime soon. Not unless whatever happened continues to happen. Maybe then we'll see some change. But yeah, that's America for you. But yeah, so given all that, I am very tired at this point, so I don't want to push it too long. I've already stayed on stream way longer than I expected to, so I do want to go and rest, especially in light of all the recovery stuff. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up. But it was nice to have a whole bunch of people come in at the end. I wanted to stay a little extra to not just bow out on people when they're coming in. But it was nice. But like I said before, I don't usually stream this late. It just kind of happened. But now I am very, very, very tired, so I really shouldn't keep pushing it. I really should just rest. So I'm going to... Oh, yeah. 500 to remove a broken molar? Oh, yeah, I know, it's awful. Dental's terrible. Especially here, I'm in Kentucky, and people just can't afford it. They're just like, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to be missing teeth because I can't afford to go to the dentist. And it's terrible. They don't cover very much. Like, you'll get one dental appointment a year for them to just kind of like check on it. But if you actually need work done on it, no, like, forget it. It's crazy. Yeah, so let me switch the camera back here. We do this every Wednesday. I mean, it's Thursday now because it went over midnight. But we'll be back, well, I say we, but it's me. I'll be back on the 18th. And we usually start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, a good many hours before where we are right now. So, don't expect that I'm going to be up this late every time. It just kind of happened. I'm not streaming on Christmas, so we're off that week. And then I'll be back on the January 1st after that. And we'll just do, for now I'm only doing Wednesdays, just to kind of not overload myself and to see how it goes. You know, if I can stand to do more, maybe we can try to incorporate it. But for now, I just want to not push it too much. Yeah, I had a bit too much fun tonight. I know, and you were here the whole time too. I appreciate that. But hey, you know what? We've got the Game Boy piss filter. And that's something, right? We did good. We made a stupid feature that has no bearing on the game. But you know what? That's the fun part of game development. Just doing stupid shit. And it's why? Because it's cool, because it's fun. That's why we do it. Actually, it looks really cool in the 3D area. I'll be honest, it looks really cool. It looks like some crazy high-end Game Boy game that was like never released. It looks really nice. That's funny. Yeah, and then the actual level. It is charming in its own way. Well, we'll definitely have this as a feature. Either as like a cheat code or something. We've got to put it in. It's got to go. Like, it's just it's just too funny to not have this. Considering the original game that we're remaking was a Game Boy game, it's just really fitting, you know? Yeah, the piss filter. The green diarrhea undigested poop filter. Take your time and recover. I'm trying. I get a little overexcited and I stay here too long. Looks like the Bubsy 3D Game Boy port. I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm gonna have to look that up. That is funny. But yeah, no, I appreciate all the well wishes and stuff. I really do. I miss streaming. I really do. It was killing me. When was it? Yeah, I think like the last time I streamed was like May, wasn't it? It was a long time ago. So this has been like a big problem. Yeah, I gotta debug my way up there. There's actually a bug right now where if you're moving forward while jumping, you actually don't move as far forward as you're supposed to. I think I know why it's happening, but I just haven't fixed it yet. Which makes this jump actually impossible right now. This one, you just can't get up there. And it's only by a couple pixels. So like it looks like you can, but you can't. So I gotta debug my way up, but that's okay. We'll get it all sorted in time. I don't know, it's kind of cool playing with the Game Boy filter. I'm not gonna lie. It just, I don't know, something's cool about it. But yeah, anyway, so I need to get out of here. I appreciate everybody coming to hang out, and we'll be back next Wednesday. So in the meantime, I have Blue Sky now. I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on X, I'm on, well, Facebook. I do have a page on Facebook. I tried to change the name, because it used to be a page just for Pocket Fighter EX, but now that I'm like branching out, I wanted to name it under my name, but they won't let me do it. So you have to look for Pocket Fighter EX on Facebook to find me on there. Or just like search Mega Man Rulers of Space, it'll probably pop up. And then, what else do I got? I mean, that's kind of the main ones. The Discord, where you all popped in there, so, that's kind of, I mean, I got a Patreon if you want to throw me a few dollars to help development, because I do stream to multiple platforms, as you probably noticed. We're on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And unfortunately, that's not free. It's actually kind of expensive. The Patreon helps me pay for that. So I just kind of save as much as I can from that to pay that bill at the end of the year. And anything else I can boost the Discord server, or Unreal is free to develop on, but hold on. But this program is not free, so I have to pay like $16 a month for this one. This is the C++ editor, but I'll be honest, as far as Unreal Engine is concerned, this is non-negotiable. You have to have this one because it helps you so much. It's like specifically made to work with Unreal, and it helps you kind of not blow your project up if you... I mean, you kind of have to know what you're doing to begin with, you know, and it takes a while to learn that, but you can really screw the project up. But this thing will make it a lot easier to not do that, because it'll be like, oh, you renamed something. Do you want to automatically add the thing that doesn't break your project whenever you rename a function? I'm like, yeah, that's great. Actually, I would very much like that. Thank you. And so since I've switched to it, it's called Rider. Since I switched to this, I've had almost no problems. That was, when I was using Visual Studio, it was awful. Awful, awful, awful. So many problems with it. But unfortunately, this is not free. So that's what the Patreon does. You can look that up at Mark D. Wiz. Just Google Patreon Mark D. Wiz. I'm sure it's in one of the description boxes somewhere. And so that helps me pay for all that stuff. So you don't have to if you want to, if you can. I know right now a lot of people are hurting, and you can't. So don't feel bad if you can't. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So, oh yeah, no, yeah, that sounds good. I'd join that. Yeah, I'd love to see more of that stuff. All those figures, yeah. But yeah, let me see. I'll be honest, I don't spend too much time on Facebook, but that group is cool. So I'll probably be checking that out periodically, at least. But yeah, I'm going too. I'm going. I swear I'm going. But yeah, thanks for helping out, Suki. You did make the process go a bit better with the Game Boy diarrhea filter. But yeah, that was fun. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'll see you guys later. Check me out on YouTube and Twitch and whatever, and that's pretty much it. So have a good one, and I'll see